changing climate conditions impact natural resources availability, biodiversity, and agricultural productivity. Low levels of resilience are magnifying the human security implications of climate change in West Africa. This COP presents an opportunity for vulnerable groups to highlight the issues affecting them. However, there are several issues that should be addressed. I will call all my colleagues to continue to our key areas of concern. Thank you.
Sorry, let's clap for Wendy. So I want to call, for Terry, let's call Wendy to read the next part of the demands.
Key areas of concern. Participation, representation. We note with concern the composition of the women's delegation and constituted bodies represented at COP29, especially women from developing countries. Accelerating African women's leadership in climate action will require an increased number of African women leading climate action and development of climate solutions. Our demand, we demand 50-50 representations and leadership in climate change negotiations. This will ensure we amplify the voices and increase visibility of African women, climate change in global and regional dialogues. Just transition. Africa is endowed with vast natural resources, yet a significant portion of its population remains without access to reliable electricity. Over 650 million people in Africa live without electricity, predominantly in rural areas. Roughly 1 billion people lack access to clean cooking. Women represent a largely untapped resource in the energy sector. Our demands. We call for urgent resolution of the just transition, focusing on equity in the shift to green economies, a decision that focuses on creation of decent and quality jobs and social protection to reduce potential impacts and deployment of cheap solar and wind to address energy efficiency. Climate-induced mobility. Climate-related displacement can perpetuate gender inequalities. Women in developing countries are more likely to be stuck in place while male family members migrate, leaving them in more vulnerable positions. Additionally, when women and girls are displaced, their exposure to gender-based violence, human trafficking, and some forms of modern-day slavery increase. In developing countries, men are more mobile and more likely to migrate to urban areas in search of employment. Conversely, women in developing countries typically face more challenges when it comes to relocating. Our demands: provide flexible, accessible, and predictable financing models that address the needs of these groups. Implementation of the Lima Work Programme on Gender and Gender Action Plan. GAP is essentially a broad framework that identifies key areas and actions to enhance women's participation and leadership in climate decision-making, and to encourage countries to bring gender equality into their climate policies, plans, and strategies. Our demands is to fast-track implementation of Lima Work Programme on Gender and Gender Action Plans. Fast-track implementation of Lima Work Programme on Gender and Gender Action Plans. This will include parties' appointment of a national gender and climate change focal points who play a key role in implementation of the GAP. Thus has had opportunities for capacity building, information sharing, and resource mobilization. The Global Goal on Adaptation. The 2015 Paris Agreement, Article 7, established the Global Goal on Adaptation of enhancing adaptive capacity, strengthening resilience, and reducing vulnerability to climate change, with a view to contributing to sustainable development. Our demands: the new goal on adaptation should include the needs of the vulnerable groups, especially women and girls, and this must include the means of implementation, such as climate finance ring-fenced for the special groups. New collective and quantifiable goal on climate finances. The new collective quantified goal, NCQG, on climate finance is a key element of the 2015 Paris Agreement, aimed at setting a new financial target to support developing countries in their climate actions post-2025. The funding should be accessible, flexible, and predictable. The NQG should provide for the needs of the developing countries and the vulnerable groups such as women, girls, indigenous people, and people with disability. It is critical that the goal is gender responsive. It's done in a gender responsive manner that catalyzes low emission, climate resilient development for the vulnerable groups. Our demands. The goal must address direct access to grant-based finance for marginalized and vulnerable groups. 50% of the proposed 1.3T US dollars should be given to women and women-led organizations and the vulnerable groups. In conclusion, we wish to reiterate that lack of accountability and delayed commitments continues to drive women, children, and vulnerable groups to extreme hunger, malnutrition, and poverty, thus affecting the attainment of the SDGs and other global goals. We need to move from boardrooms, science, and action because African women, girls, and children cannot wait. And if there are no commitments, then shut it down. Umantla! Power to the women, power!
Thank you so much, Wendy. Let's clap for Wendy once again. So I want to invite the panelists to just give a rejoinder from the statement. And joining the panel is Zone from Cameroon, who will also please join the panel as well. Just pick a seat. So I want to start from Fatma from Sudan, to just give a perspective on what exactly is happening to Sudan, based on what the negotiations should reflect. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Fatima Ahmed. I'm from Sudan, representing grassroots women organization called Zainab for Women Development, and also a member and previous board member of FEMNET. First, I would like all of you to pray for my country and for my people and for the women and the civilian of Sudan, their suffering is being very long with very limited help. So I really wanted here to give overview about the situation generally about women, but concentrate on the women of Sudan who face numerous challenges during climate crisis, including the conflict, which actually increase existing inequality and vulnerability. And now there is short in food insecurity also, and this is actually maybe in different parts of Africa, as my colleague mentioned, water scarcity, health risk, displacement, economic strain, social and gender-based violence. And when I talk about this, it's really my heart is breaking to say about this war in Sudan, which is really literally on the body of the women. The gender-based violence, especially sexual violence, is unprecedented before, that where women being in hundreds or maybe thousands being raped, being abducted, being sexual slaves, even being sold women. And this is still going on. And they are under the fight. Every day, hundreds of civilians being killed because of this airplane bombing and this heavy weapon, which is taking place inside the villages and inside the cities and rural areas, and the civilian paying the high price of this. Also, since social and gender-based violence is really going on, and with actually very minimal attention from the international community or minimal help, unfortunately. Also, women across Africa, including Sudan, have very limited decision-making power. There is a big issue for mental health, and especially now during this war, really our people, women, and all the communities are in very bad psychological and mental health with very minimal help. All these challenges require multifaceted approach that includes empowering women, ensuring their participation in climate resilience initiative, and creating policies that address specific needs of women in the context of climate change. We really expected from this COP, and we're hoping that gender inclusion and climate justice, funding for women-led initiatives, capacity building, networking opportunities, and focusing on health and well-being of women, recognition of indigenous and local communities' knowledge, and support their role in their communities in sustainable environment. And we expect that COP29 to reinforce the message that addressing climate change requires the active participation and leadership of women, ensuring a more equitable and sustainable future for all. And actually from this place, I would like to appeal to everyone here from the international community to give attention to what is going on in Sudan and what is happening for the civilian and the women who've been displaced, and now in almost 25 million civilian being displaced, and the UN talking about this is the highest in the world, or the worst displacement crisis in the world. And because million inside Sudan or million outside Sudan, and unfortunately what is going on is with all this huge crisis and all these problems, very minimal humanitarian aid, and all the international communities and relief organizations, including UN agencies, talking about they don't have enough funds for women, for Sudan humanitarian aid, and they are underfunded. Now is 1 year and 8 months. This is why now the situation of those IDPs or refugees is very complicated. They are in famine is spreading, and food insecurity, malnutrition, all kind of diseases being spread because the collapse of the health, no hospital, everything being destroyed. So unfortunately, I would like to appeal from this place that stand in front of you, everyone to take our message and to tell the international community they have to pay attention and to mobilize the resources needed for the humanitarian aid of Sudanese people, elderly, women, disabled, and all the people who are now suffering, and their suffering continue. I have a bill later, I will distribute it to some of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Fatma. Let's clap for Fatma once again. I want to invite Susan Otieno from ActionAid, Kenya.
Yeah, thank you, and good morning. I'll start by saying that the wealth of these nations, the global wealth, is not with the women, and it's not with the women by design. And this is why we are focusing on this COP as we address issues of financing and as we address issues of gender. If we are talking of women spending 40 billion hours per year on farming, and their labor that is truly not recognized, then that means that there's increased burden of care for women. And this is why we will not find the women who are affected here today. We will not see them present. They will not travel to be here to present their case. Reason being that they are tied down by the burden of care. And this is something that has to concern us, that the deal that we strike in this place should take care of who they are, where they are, and how they will be reached. There's also the element of 80% displacement. When we mention that 80% of the women, amongst the population that is displaced, 80% of them are women. What are we saying? We are talking about their vulnerabilities. We've seen this in Africa over and over, whether it's drought or whether it's flooding. It's the women who will show the face of the effect of the calamity, and all this is climate-induced. And that is why we are here to say that despite the conversations, we want a better deal, a good deal for African women out of this COP. And it has to take care of the financials, and it has to take care of the gender placement of the women in Africa. If you're talking about 60% of the women depending on agriculture, and yet we know that in Africa, when there's no food on the table, the woman will not eat to let the rest eat first before her. What does that mean? That the starving population are the women in Africa. And therefore, if we are talking about agriculture being affected, at the end of the day, there's no food on a plate in the household. And what are we saying? The women are starving in Africa. And therefore, our decisions here in Baku will determine whether we are going to increase the number of women who will continue starving, the number of girls who will continue starving as they fend for their families and their households. We've also heard about the school dropouts. This is the case in all countries in Africa, that when it's not enough, it's a girl who will stop going to school. We have had gains that were made, but we can see the climate crisis causing us again to retrogress on the gains. We have seen governments opting to privatize higher education. And what does that mean? That even the girls who went through primary school, through secondary school, and are going to colleges can no longer afford. And when their families cannot afford, because governments are grappling with debts that have been climate-induced, then that means that we will not have the girls in schools, we will not have the girls in colleges, and we end up having women counted as the highest population of the illiterate population in Africa. Therefore, we need a good deal on finances. We need a good deal on gender issues. On loss and damage, when the roads and the hospitals are not functional, this is where we will find women facing maternal deaths because they cannot access the hospitals because of the roads. The hospitals have been washed away, the roads have been washed away. Where does this place an African woman? It takes her closer to her grave. Adolescent girls from schools are now dropping out for child marriage, and they are facing defilement, they are facing abuse, there's child trafficking for purposes of labor. All this is happening in Africa, and we can connect it to the climate crisis. Therefore, we are calling for action that will reflect the changes that we want to see in the lives of women, in the lives of Africans. This is a call to the leadership. All those who are going to strike this deal, do not think about yourself. We are calling on African negotiators. We are calling on the African leaders. Don't think about yourself. You are one representing a huge population of African women who are suffering. We are here to represent them, but they are suffering wherever they are. Make a decision on behalf of your continent. Do not be divided. A divided continent cannot stand. But we are also telling the North to pay up. We are telling the North, do not cause fragility in the unity that Africa is fostering. We want a deal that will work for Africa, will work for our children. And finally, as I close, I'm talking about the green jobs. If we talk about green jobs, we should know that technology left the women behind. We have to invest in technology. We have to transfer technology to Africa to ensure that the financing is getting to the women back at home where they are. The access, as it's been mentioned, the design structure, as it's been mentioned, if it is not working for the women, it will not work for anyone. And therefore, we are calling for structural changes. We are calling for systems changes that put women at the forefront. Thank you.
Let's clap for Susan again, representing the Eastern Africa group. I want to invite Rebeb to talk a bit about what's happening in the North Africa before I invite the rest. Rebeb.
Thank you so much, Anne. Hello, everyone. Good morning. I'm Rebeb Alwi from Tunisia, from Feminist Organization. I won't be too long. I'm from Tunisia. I'm representing the North African region. But the challenges and the issue that we are living, it's not only in Tunisia. It's the same thing for all the African countries. We might be like different in the language and the culture, but the challenges are the same. If we see Ethiopia, if we see Cameroon, if we see South Africa, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, it's always the same. Always the woman is the most vulnerable when it comes to climate change. I remember I was doing a study about the impact of disasters on women. And I've seen, for example, in 1999, in Bangladesh, when an earthquake occurred, 71% of the deaths were women. And then I was like doing a research on the tsunami in 2004 in the Indian Ocean. 90% of the deaths were women. Also the same in Tahiti with the earthquake. More than half of the deaths were women. And more than 20% of the women lost their jobs in Tahiti. It's the same thing when we see Morocco, if we see Ethiopia, if we see Libya with the flooding. So the issue and the challenges are the same. And that's why we are here. We are here to raise our voices, to have a say that today, if we don't act now, the future will be worse. I think it's important to work together today. We are representing feminist organization here. It's our role, it's our duty, but we can't do anything if it's not a collaborative and cooperation work. So let's work together, especially today, while a lot of women are suffering from conflict, from climate change impact. If I'm talking about how they are impacted, I'm talking especially about migrant women who are suffering, especially when forced to migrate. I'm talking from my own experience in my country, Tunisia. We are hosting a lot of sub-Saharan migrants. They are struggling, they are suffering. So we need to do something for them. We need to do something for these women. They are not threats to the economy or to the society. They are an alternative. They need a chance. Every one of us needs a chance and have the right to a second chance and have the right to a better life. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Rebeb. A clap for Rebeb again. So I want to invite Fatou from Senegal on behalf of West Africa. Okay, Salimata will speak.
Merci beaucoup. Donc, je vais parler au nom des pays de l'Afrique de l'Ouest. Donc,
Speak on behalf of the Western African country regarding important and priority issues that I wanted to highlight in order to find solution. In West Africa, we suffer a lot of the negative impact of climate change since it mostly impact women on agriculture, with the livestock, with the forest, with the oceans. Many women live within the sector in a very precarious situation since women already faced a lot of challenges in those sectors, and the impact of climate change only compounded those issues in terms of water, in terms of infrastructures that restrain women's mobility and women's access to water. This is why I want to launch a call to action. We need the resources, financial resources. Women need financial resources. We already have proposals. We need what we need is support. We need resources, and to give access to women access to those resources. What we need, we don't need loans. What we need is grants, because we're talking about a precarious situation that we need to tackle. So regarding the Western African women, we need to urgently act to tackle the issues faced by women in this part of our continent. Thank you so much for your attention.
on behalf of West African Group. I want to invite Wendy on behalf of South Africa to just say something.
Yeah, good morning again, everybody. I stand here as a former farm worker, as a current farm dweller, as an earth keeper, human rights defender and activist, a mother, a daughter of South African soil, a daughter of African soil. I stand on the shoulder of my late grandmother, Martha Kora Mandindi, and I stand on the shoulder of the women that paved the way in 1995 with Beijing, fighting for the inclusion and the liberation of all women. South Africa is the country, the most unequal country in the world. It's the country with the fastest growing gap between the rich and the poor. South Africa is the rape capital of the world. It's a country where 15 million people live below $1 per day. There's an onslaught on our oceans. We have so many issues, so many problems. We rely on industrialized agriculture where 59 highly hazardous pesticides that's been banned in Europe for ecological and for health reasons are dumped in us on Africa. And that is the backdrop on which I stand here and to which we stand up and we rise and we fight against. So I decided not to focus on all the problems, but I just wanted to put a context out there. I want to put a message of hope to the women of Africa and across the world that suffers the onslaught of these huge profiteers and companies that make profit on the backs of people's hardships. Women of Africa and the world, let us unite against those who profiteer from extraction, the fossil fuel industry, pesticides, and wars that exacerbate climate disasters. Let us continue to fight for climate justice, reparations, climate adaptation finance, and a world free of violence and greed. Let us make sure women are front and center in every stage of designing programs and interventions that will better the lives of all people. Let us unite and put the right leaders in strategic positions. We need feminist and ethical leadership, leadership in love with the people and not in love with money and power. And when the moment arises that feminist ethical leaders occupy spaces of power, let's not forget where we come from. And let's not forget the people that put us there. Let us not forget that we carry the dreams and aspirations of millions of girls, of little girls. Let us hold our governments accountable to reaching 1.5 degrees Celsius. Let us be the spreaders of peace and mass love. Let us continue to fight for an earth where children and the generations to come can breathe clean air. Let us fight for her, for Mother Earth. Let's protect her. Let's protect the oceans. Let's protect our soils. Let's protect our land. Let's protect our heritage. Let's protect our indigenous seeds. As guardians of the land, the seas, the rivers, the seeds, let us organize and unite. Let us cripple the world powers that profiteer on the backs of our hardships, on displacements, on the trauma, generational traumas of little girls that scared in camps, not knowing why they've been displaced, why the war's upon them, not knowing why they've been displaced because of the climate disasters that they are facing. We are our sisters' keepers. Let us watch over creation and let us pray to our Creator to ease the pains and the hurt of our beloved countries. Let us fight and let us unite for Mother Earth because she provides the oxygen, the ocean provides the oxygen, she provides the food, she provides all that we need. And let us fight for all of creation and all that lives in Africa. Phambili, long live the struggle, Phambili. I thank you.
A clap for Wendy. Thank you so much, Wendy, representing the Southern Africa. And then we have Cameroon, representing Central Africa, Zone.
Good morning.
Thank you so much, Wendy. I think in that spirit of Ubuntu, let's keep, that energy. And I believe that is the spirit of Ubuntu that saved Africa from colonialism. It's the spirit of Ubuntu that led women like Queen Sheba of Ethiopia to lead a military coup that made Ethiopia not to be a colonized country. And it is the spirit of Ubuntu that led to the establishment of the African Union. Today we are in African Union Pavilion representing not just Africa, but carrying along that spirit of Ubuntu. And I hope that this is not just a structure, but it is the spirit of all of our forefathers that continue to fight to make sure that Africa be a home of justice. That was justice. They fought for justice. I hope why they were fighting for justice, I think the thinking was that justice, the struggle was against an external force. I'm not sure they ever foresaw that within Africa, we are going to be fighting among ourselves. That within Africa, we are going to be unjust. That within Africa, there will be discrimination. That was not the spirit of our foreparents. And that should not be the spirit which we should bring to COP. Today we are at COP. I would just limit myself within the Congo Basin. We all know the power, the rich diversity within the Congo Basin. It is said that the Congo Basin is home to over 10,000 species of tropical plants. And 30% of those species are unique only to the Congo Basin. When I talk of the Congo Basin, we're looking at countries like Cameroon, Gabon, Chad, Equatorial Guinea, Congo Brazzaville, DRC. And this area, as you all have been following the negotiations recently, there have been talk around the Article 6 carbon market. To some people, when they talk about Article 6, like for us, back home, elections are coming up next year. So when they say Article 6, people are asking about the Constitution. What does the Constitution say around Article 6? Very few people are aware of, it's about this. And most of these countries are present here. The negotiations is around, let's plant trees in a local way, explaining Article 6 in the most basic way. It's about trees to harvest carbon. Now the Congo Basin is becoming that hub for carbon market. The question I'm asking myself is, for who? The dividends is for who? Who determines the surface areas that these plants will be planted? As you all know, studies shows that the carbon basin is estimated to be around 500 million hectares. That's almost the surface area of more than the Alaska, the state of one of the states in the US. So this is land that many women, as you all have heard, cultivate, sustain their livelihood and their family from this land. And there is negotiation around how transforming this and keeping this to be the hub for carbon harvest. And it's also been projected how that is, one of the best practice to enabling countries to realize their NDCs, their NAPs. So the way it's presented, it shows prospect. It shows transformation in terms of providing jobs, green jobs for the youth who make up the bulk of the continent. Now the question is, as women, as African women, who remembers the struggle that our foreparents had fought? Who remembers the fight, the resistance of our foremothers like Queen Sheba's and the many mothers across our communities? Is our voice considered in this discussion? I think, is it Rabel who talked about, we are here in COP. How many people, how many of these women are aware of this conversation? And they will be the ones most impacted. So, as I stand here today on our African soil at COP, I am calling on the AU, because the AU is that body that represents the African spirit and that spirit of Ubuntu, to act urgently and see that Africa is not just hub for a market that does not benefit the Africans, but Africa should be that hub for a just and equitable trade with respect, for a decent job and equal opportunities for all. I'm calling on the AU to act up, because when I speak of the AU, I believe it's all African countries, to act up to see that the carbon market decision does not just should not just be considered as a decent alternative as it is projected, but one which looks critically and see that the lives of those who depend on those forests should not be destroyed. The lives of those who depend on those rivers should not be affected. So those are my demands, and I'm calling on the African Union that as we head to COP30, which is also to be hosted by another country which is like the hub of the Amazon, that we should go there as people who understand the value of forest life, and that we should go there as people who have upheld the principles of Ubuntu. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Zone. A clap for Dr. Zone once again. Then lastly, I will want to invite our partner from UNICEF to just say one word, or few words. Welcome.
Hi, good morning. My name is Laura Morris. I'm a policy analyst. I work for UNICEF in Ethiopia. I don't deserve to be on this stage with these wonderful women. I'm American by birth, but African in my heart. I've lived on the continent for about a quarter of my life, in West Africa, East Africa, and North Africa, so I have strong understanding. And I'll just really quickly talk about what at UNICEF we've really seen with regards to the issue of girls and some of what we've noticed, because at UNICEF we have the privilege of working more at the policy level. So I was in a meeting with our global director of program, and he said something that really resonated with me. You know, the Paris Agreement, and this all started as a human process, because it's humans that bear the impact of climate change. But what we're really seeing here, quite frankly, and this is me speaking, not UNICEF, is private sector and business interests being advanced, and humans are totally left out of the process. You cannot imagine how much I am engaging with my government officials of Ethiopia and others, and I would like to say they are very supportive, but the least developed African countries are pushing for women and children to be included in texts, are pushing that there's finance for these most vulnerable populations, but it is an uphill battle that we don't always win. I had the privilege of, or not privilege, but you know, I've worked in many countries in crisis, and the drought that you referred to in East Africa, I have to say, working in places in war, etc., during this drought, it was some of the most tragic suffering I've seen. Pastoralists who move 300, 400 kilometers in search of water that's dirty, you know? Millions of people were displaced. Girls were put in huge protection risks during this time. We saw a huge increase in gender-based violence among girls. Girls are disproportionately out of school. They are the ones that have to go catch water for their families, and also in floods they have an impact. We saw a 131% increase in child marriage in Ethiopia during the drought. I remember speaking to communities, and you could even see on parents' faces that this isn't a decision that they wanted to take, but as pastoralist communities who has lost their entire livestock, they didn't have another option. We also see there's increased malnutrition that impacts women and girls and pregnant women. heat is having a huge issue on pregnancy, and we're seeing a lot more issues with stillbirth, and as well as increased respiratory issues, particularly impacting women and girls, because it's women and girls that are responsible for cooking, and these cook stoves have a huge impact. So just a few points at UNICEF and what we're trying to do to overcome this. Of course, at the policy level, we're really pushing for NCQG targets for children and women, that the national adaptation plans and these global goals on adaptation include specific indicators and gender markers for children and women. And I think at the program level, we need really protection systems to support these girls. We know that a woman being financially independent is one of the most empowering things we can do, and to help her, support her in her life. I think we need more microcredit opportunities for women to participate in green economy and renewable energy. Clean cook stoves, and then access for women participating in clean cook stoves to access carbon credits in these carbon markets, as well as anticipatory action and disaster risk mechanisms to keep girls in school. So just know that UNICEF is a trusted partner to women and girls. We work with civil society. We will continue fighting, and me personally, as a strong feminist and a lover of this continent, I will do my part as well. So thank you.
Thank you. A clap for our representative from UNICEF. And I want us to close this session, but just take 2 comments, not questions. 2 comments, 30 seconds, because you're already on time and we have another group coming in. Anyone with a comment? If not, then I want to invite the African women to just sing our last. Yes.
Yeah,
Go ahead, we can hear.
you can hear me?
Yeah.
My name is O'Brien. I work with Kenya Broadcasting Corporation in Kenya. This is a question in regard to the inclusion and participation of women in negotiations, as well as in participation here in COP. When you look at the participation of women in COP, they're talking about 47% now. But when you go to the technical negotiation committees, you're looking at around 12.5% participation of women, which is significantly low. So what is the agenda from women organizations to push for more inclusion of women at the technical level where the real conversations are taking place? I want to hear whether they have any strategy, whether they are planning to have a conversation with UNFCCC, or what is the way forward? Thank you.
And I can answer this briefly, Brian, and thanks for the question. I think this is one of our demands, that even during the delegations for for COPs and other international and regional convening, we need a 50-50% representation of women, not just as participants, but as negotiators. And we had the same discussions with. Thank you. I'll come again. I'm saying this is one of our first demand as African women. I think the last representation that was reported for COP28, we were less than 36% women represented. And we are saying we don't just want to come as participants. We want to come as technical experts. And I think we are having conversations with the heads of the ones who are leading parties, like the African group of negotiators, that even in the negotiation groups, we need 50-50 women to be part of that. But how we will achieve this is ensuring that women have the capacity, first training women to understand the negotiation processes so that they're able to participate on this. So we'll be pushing to ensure women have that capacity and they're part of the negotiation. I'll say that in brief. Thank you so much.
And when you look at, in terms of capacity, when you speak to a lot of head of delegations in Kenya, that the reason why they have a very small representation of women is because lack of capacity and negotiating skills. What is their intervention on that?
Okay, Susan, Just 30 seconds.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Brian. It's important to note that the description and definition of capacity is being done from one side. Let it be concerted. What is capacity? Number one. Number two, when we talk about technical conversation, who is talking? Let's look at the aftermath. The effects of climate change should determine who ought to be in the spaces. Those who are highly affected, most affected, are the ones who should be occupying these spaces. And therefore, we are also calling for conversations that start from the grassroots as they come to national level, continental, and global level. We cannot put our conversations only at the global level to mean technical and forget about the prior conversations that have happened back at home with the people who are affected. Therefore, we want to draw the COP conversations down to the women who are affected as we bring back our voices to the global context. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We won't take more questions. We've been asked to leave the place for the next session, but I'll invite African women to just take a photo, represented the panelists, as we swing wa mama msilale, lale lale, wa mama msilale, bado mapambano, mapambano, mapambano. Bado mapambano wa mama msilale, lale. You can join us here.
Mama msilale, bado mapambano, mapambano, mapambano. You need to raise your hand up. Mama msilale, lale lale wa mama msilale. Bado mapambano, mapambano, mapambano. Bado mapambano, mapambano. Msilale, lale lale, wasichana msilale, bado mapambano, bado mapambano, mapambano. Msilale, lale lale, Afrika msilale, bado mapambano, 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 bado mapambano.
And happy Gender Day. Though they decided to put gender at the end, but we know Gender Day is every day.
Wade faral ma. Wade faral ma. Wade faral. Bambano, bambano. Africa bambano. Lale, lale. Africa bambano. Ba, lola, wow. Ba di nek.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the opportunity given to me to do this. I'm very grateful. I'm in Ghana as I work with communities.
Oh, a clicky thing. Let me just practice with this clicky thing. Oh, it's not on yet. Yes, please. Okay. Okay. We trust them. Long as you're here. Long as you're here. Please do. Go like that. Ah. Hi. Yes, there's a video. I was just about to ask you. Yeah, does it work? Right. Yeah. Yeah. I can do 2 clips. That's no worry. Yeah. Thank God. Yeah. No, no, we'll do the safest way. I'll do 2 clips. Yeah. Thank you. Yes. Yes. Yes, yes. Yeah. Yes, yes. Yeah, yes, sure, sure. I'm just about to start in 10 minutes. I can do it afterwards. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, no worries. 1 o'clock? Yeah, well, I finish at 1. Yeah, so if you come back at 1, no problems. Well, I have to organize my panel who are arriving, so this is like the worst. It's really too tight. I have to. I'll be here. I'll be here. Yeah, but I'm Caroline Kendi. Yeah. I can give you my WhatsApp. Yeah. There you go. Okay. Yeah. Yes, it's my mobile. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. testing, can you hear me? Excellent, thank you. They're just putting the live stream on, so we'll start when the live stream goes on. Good morning, everybody. We're just waiting for the live stream and then we'll start. Thank you. Is the live stream on? Yeah. Okay, good morning, everybody. We're just waiting for the live stream so that we can start. Thank you. Super, great. So we have the live stream going. So super. Thank you very much and good morning, everybody. It's great to see you here today, and I would like to welcome also everybody who is joining us virtually. Thank you so much. So yes, thank you so much. Thank you. So this is a session on Africa's green and inclusive future, climate and biodiversity solutions in the Africa Development Bank's 10-year strategy. So this is our 10-year strategy, which we have just completed, and this is what the session is going to be about today. So thank you very much, everybody, for joining us, and thank you for those, again, for joining online. My name is Caroline Kendi-Robb. I'm the Senior Director of Strategy and Operational Policies at the African Development Bank. And I'm delighted to introduce our panel today, and thank you all so much for joining us. I'm very grateful. First of all, we have Durrell Halson. He is the Manager of Policy and Partnerships Africa at the WWF. Thank you and welcome. Secondly, we have Robin Mearns. He is the Global Director of Social Development at the World Bank Group. Thank you, Robin, for joining us. We also have Gareth Phillips. He's the Manager, Climate Change and Green Growth Department at the Africa Development Bank. Thank you to Gareth. And Dosuma Alhamdou, he's the Manager, Climate Change and Green Growth Department at the African Development Bank. Please join me in welcoming our panel today. Thank you so much. We really appreciate your time. Just going to give everybody here and joining us virtually a quick roadmap of what we will be covering. I will do a very quick presentation of the 10-year strategy, just to give you an idea of the strategy itself and how it all fits together. Dosuma will do a short presentation on delivering biodiversity solutions in the context of the 10-year strategy. We'll then have a panel discussion with Durrell, Robert, Gareth, and Dosuma, and I will ask them some questions, but really importantly, we're going to have a question and answer session, so please do prepare some questions that you may have at hand. Please also virtually, if you're joining us, please do send us some questions virtually. We have somebody monitoring the questions. Okay, so I'm going to start with my presentation. And I hope you can all see that. And we're going to start with a quick video. Thank you. So there is a quick video of the 10-year strategy, which you can find online. I'd encourage you all to go and seek it out online. But let me give you just a quick kind of overview of how this all fits together. So there you will see on the presentation that this strategy was actually unveiled at our annual meetings in Nairobi. And here we have the chair of the AU, many of you will recognize, is Musa Faki, our own president, President Adesina of the African Development Bank, and President Ruto of Kenya, all at this launch of the strategy in May at our annual meetings. But let me just give you a quick background of how we put this together. So it's based on the ambition and priorities of our regional member countries. So that's all the countries across Africa, plus our own comparative advantage. And it was great consultations. Many of the organizations that you represent today were part of our consultation process. So it's really a big consensus building process within the bank and outside the bank. But importantly, it outlines a balanced narrative of Africa. It's not too positive, it's not too negative. It really tries to get this balanced and realistic understanding of where Africa is at the moment. But what it does emphasize is urgency, acceleration, and scaling up. And it's aligned with the MDB reform, which many of you will have heard a lot about. So we put the latest thinking on MDB reform into this strategy. But importantly, too, it's designed to adapt to future changes. No strategy these days can be in stone. Just to underline how important the MDB reform is, we're going to work as a system. We know that we need to scale up financing together. We know we need joint action on climate. We need to strengthen country-level collaboration, co-financing, and cross-country and cross-border benefits, catalyzing private sector mobilization, and enhancing development effectiveness and impact. So just to outline quickly the decade ahead. So there are many challenges. Africa faces accumulating crises, and many of them are interlocking. These include food insecurity, the debt burden, fragility, inequality, high youth unemployment, and climate change. And one of the most pressing threats to Africa's development and stability is climate. And this is what our 10-year strategy emphasizes. But I'm going to pick out one statistic on this slide. The rest are all in the strategy. And this is the estimate that Africa loses due to climate change up to $45 to $50 billion a year by 2040, which is a very sobering statistic. But our strategy is built on an optimism about Africa for transformation, for sustained growth, and contributions to global solutions. And these opportunities are really based upon Africa's unique assets. And these are a young, dynamic workforce, an expanding urban consumer market, economic integration, vast energy potential, and rich natural resources. And if we analyze the 6 megatrends, which we did during the preparation of the strategy, all of the megatrends, all of the global megatrends indicate that there will be opportunities for Africa. And this includes climate action and investment, global energy transition, the demographic transition, global food system transformation, technological advances and digital revolution, and urbanization. So I'm going to very quickly just touch on some of these mega trends. The first really is Africa and climate change. And climate change confronts Africa with profound risk, but the continent is also part of the solution. Africa has enormous opportunities to influence global efforts on climate change using its abundant natural resources. The second really is the energy transition, and Africa has a critical role to play in decarbonizing growth. Africa's potential for renewable energy, as we all know, is substantial. And importantly is demographics. Africa is home to the world's most youthful population, and it's an unparalleled demographic window of opportunity. And urbanization. Africa is urbanizing faster than any other continent, and urbanization across Africa is a continuing powerful force for change, driving growth and prosperity. And in agriculture, what we see is the opportunity to transform Africa's food import bill to $1 trillion market. So moving on to our 10-year strategy and how that all fits together. Let me just dwell on this. So our vision, and this is a new vision for our strategy for the next 10 years, is a prosperous, inclusive, resilient, and integrated Africa. Our mission remains the same, contributing to sustainable economic development and social progress of our regional members individually and jointly. But we also have two new twin strategic objectives, and these are accelerating inclusive green growth in Africa, as well as driving prosperous and resilient economies in Africa. And as we go down this diagram, we will see that our operational priorities will be delivered through public and private sector partnerships. We understand that the private sector is very important for the delivery of our 10-year strategy. And then we have our high fives, which most of you will be familiar with, but let me repeat them. That's Light Up and Power Africa, Feed Africa, Industrialize Africa, Integrate Africa, and improve the quality of life of the people of Africa. And importantly, on the other side, we have our cross-cutting investment priorities, which must be implemented as part of our high fives. Otherwise, we recognize that our implementation of our operations will not be sustainable and will not be successful. And these include promoting gender, investing in young people, responding to climate change and investing climate action, building resilience to shocks, conflict and fragility, and strengthening economic governance. There are some major shifts from the institution for the African Development Bank with regards to our 10-year strategy. And the first is this really critical aspect of accelerating and scaling up. That means for us and other MDBs that we're going to do fewer but more transformative investments. And I'm sure Robin will recognize that from the MDB dialogue that we've been having with the World Bank and other MDBs. A greater focus on gender equality and young people. We will really invest in climate, in resilience to shocks and fragility, and strengthen economic governance. Like I mentioned, the private sector will be at the heart of our 10-year strategy, and consistent with our country's priorities and calls from the MDB leaders for MDB reforms, we will evolve to become a better, bigger, and more effective bank. And finally, we will scale up investments for regional and global public goods, and we will define better what we mean by that. Just very briefly now, my last couple of slides are really focusing on climate and how that is reflected in our strategy. Now, we understand that at least $2.7 trillion is required by 2030 for climate financing. This is a very sobering amount, but this has been reflected in the last 2 weeks of the dialogue here at COP29. But we at the bank, we are taking action. We are allocating at least 40% of our annual investments to climate financing. And we have a climate action window, which Gareth will talk a little bit more about, that supports Africa's 37 African Development Fund countries most vulnerable to climate impacts. And in addition, we are looking at the ways in which we can bring about change to the global financial architecture, which has failed Africa. Over the next decade, we will support our member countries in different ways to increase access to climate financing at speed and scale, to champion innovative financing in a multitude of ways, which Gareth will also help us understand, to reduce greenhouse emissions through many of our operations, including Desert to Power, and we'll expand Africa's green bond market, which is a really interesting new area. And my final slide really is on how over the next decade we will leverage Africa's climate potential. And we'll do this through many ways, including climate smart industries, investing in those, natural capital and biodiversity, enhancing resource management, looking also at the circular economy, which will only become more important, the net zero transition support. Africa's net zero journey is critical, and with natural gas as a transition resource. And finally, you'll see just in the last slide, our renewable energy acceleration. And this includes working with the bank at looking at ways in which we can light up Africa underneath the M300, looking at lighting up 300 million people across Africa. So here is the strategy, and here is a quick way in which you can access our strategy. But with that, I will close on my presentation, and I'd like to now hand over to Dosuma. And I just want to kind of frame what we've asked Dosuma to look at. And in my presentation, I did mention that Africa faces this 2.7 trillion funding need for climate and biodiversity action by 2030. And it will be interesting to hear how the African Development Bank is supporting investment in climate change and delivering biodiversity solutions in an inclusive manner. Dosuma, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Caroline. Can I get my presentation on the screen? Okay, mine is going to be a short one to provide you with a quick update on where we are in terms of implementing our climate change and green growth strategic framework for the period 2021-2030 as part of the implementation of our 10-year strategy that Caroline has just introduced. So, as already mentioned, the two issues that we are going to discuss today, climate change and biodiversity, are well reflected into our 10-year strategy for the next 10 years. And this was well articulated by Caroline. And this really calls for investing in targeted actions in supporting global and regional public goods. This is the 10-year strategy on climate change and green growth, which is part of the overall 10-year strategy of the bank. We have a clear vision of an Africa which is climate resilient and which is going to follow a low carbon development pathways by 2030. We have identified 4 pillars of that climate change and green growth strategy. These include adaptation, which is Africa's priority, mitigation, because Africa has significant potential to contribute to global effort to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and finance, because we need significant finance mobilization. As already mentioned, the numbers have been given. We know what to do in order to mobilize this financing. And last but not least, creating an enabling environment for climate action to take place in Africa. We have also focused our attention on 4 key areas of special attention, we call them, and one of them being transitioning Africa to green growth. We have also key objectives. One of them is to support Africa to navigate the just transition that we are aiming to achieve. And one important objective that we set was to align our own operations with the objective of the Paris Agreement. Here, this is just to show you what we have been doing so far. In terms of financing, we set for ourselves a target of ensuring that 40% of our annual investments are allocated as climate finance. And I'm pleased to update you that last year, we have been able to achieve 55%. And this is a trend that we have been seeing since 2021, when we adopted this strategic framework on climate change and green growth. We have also been able to mobilize international climate finance of about 1.3 billion so far from 2021 to 2023. We have also made significant progress in ensuring that our own operations are based on climate-informed design considerations. And we have achieved 92% in 2021, but last year this has increased to 97%. So overall, I think we have also put together what we call flagship programs in order to translate those climate action commitments into tangible programs. And these include, for instance, the Africa NDC Hub, which is supporting African countries to update and develop their nationally determined contributions and long-term strategies. We are also championing the African Financial Alliance on Climate Change, which is putting at the center the financial industry in order to mobilize climate finance. We are also implementing a big program called Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program, a 25 billion program to scale up adaptation action across Africa. As mentioned by Caroline, we also have launched 2 years ago what we call the Climate Action Window, which is focusing more on the 37 low-income countries in Africa for them to increase their access to climate finance. In terms of climate finance overall, this is to show you the progress that has been made over the last 3 years. Since the entry into force of the Paris Agreement in 2016, the bank has steadily increased its climate financing to achieve 55% last year, but it was an effort from a year to another, from 9% in 2016 to 55% in 2023. You see the progress that has been made. For adaptation, which is our priority actually, we see that we are proud to say that we are the first MDB which has achieved the global goal of ensuring parity between mitigation finance and adaptation finance. Over the last 3 years, our climate finance adaptation finance accounts for over 60% of our climate finance at the bank. In terms of mobilizing climate finance, we have also established climate funds at the bank. We do have 2 types of climate finance instruments, internal funds and external funds. You see on my left here, some of our internal funds that are focusing on climate change. These include, for instance, the Africa Climate Change Fund. We also have the Sustainable Energy Fund for Africa. We are also implementing the Clean Dev Special Fund. But there are other funds that are under development, for instance, the African Green Finance Facility, which is going to help commercial banks to become green and invest in green projects across the continent. We are also designing a program, a fund called African Adaptation Benefit Fund. We are also an implementing entity of most of the global climate funds, including the Adaptation Fund, the Climate Investment Funds, the Global Environment Facility, as well as the Green Climate Fund. We have recently committed to align our operations and internal activities to the goals of the Paris Agreement, and this is a joint MDB framework that we have all adopted as MDBs in order to align our investments. I am not going to present them, but these include, of course, mitigation goal, adaptation goal, but also, more importantly, mobilizing climate finance. And the 3 building blocks, the last building blocks of this framework include aligning our own internal activities to the goals of the Paris Agreement. In terms of supporting nature and biodiversity, we also have an ambitious program to support Africa under our High 5 priorities that have been mentioned in the previous presentation across the High 5. One of them being to promote access to clean energy. When we do that, it is going to help also reduce the energy dependency of the poorest, and also ensure that we fight against desertification. We are also promoting agricultural genetic diversity in order to ensure long-term food security. Under the Industrialized Africa, there is effort ongoing in order to support green infrastructure in Africa. And of course, our focus will be also under the other High 5 to protect African cross-border ecosystems, and also river basins such as Niger, Congo, etc. Finally, in terms of supporting biodiversity and nature in Africa, we have a wide range of actions that we are currently implementing. You may be aware, those who were there at the first week, we have been focusing more on the issue of measuring the green wealth of African nations. This is a topical agenda that was discussed extensively here and also on the other side, and our president and the bank are pushing for this issue to be well recognized, because Africa's natural capital has to be well reflected in the way GDP is being measured. We are also supporting the implementation of the Global Biodiversity Framework adopted under the other convention, the Convention on Biodiversity. We were just back from Cali where these issues were discussed. We are also integrating natural capital accounting into development planning and economic systems in Africa. We are supporting African countries to also develop and implement their national strategies and action plans on biodiversity and ensure that this is aligned with their nationally determined contribution on climate change. We are currently developing a nature tracking tool to help track and monitor our nature finance across our portfolio at the African Development Bank. We are also promoting market and non-market mechanisms, especially focusing on carbon markets, especially in Africa, and also we are promoting an innovative product called Biodiversity Benefit Mechanism, which is a subset of the adaptation benefit mechanism that my colleague Gareth is going to speak about in a few minutes. Finally, investing in nature-based solutions for us is very critical in order to reverse the loss of natural capital globally and particularly in Africa. But of course, we need also capacity, we need knowledge, especially on biodiversity, also on the way we are assessing natural capital across Africa. With this, I thank you and I give the floor back to Caroline.
Thank you so much. Just checking the mic. Can you hear me? Great, thank you. Thank you so much, Dorsuma. That was a really excellent run-through of all the things that the African Development Bank is doing. I'm going to now do the panel session with our panel here, but I do encourage you all to put a question in your heads because we really want to hear from you, the audience. We really want to answer your questions too. But I want to ask the panel some very specific questions, so I'm going to seize that opportunity now. And I'm going to start with you, Daryl. And my question. So the 10-year strategy highlights natural capital management and biodiversity as being transformative in Africa. Please share with us how WWF's expertise in biodiversity conservation is supporting Africa in integrating nature-based solutions into its interventions and how WWF's work is aligned with the 10-year strategy. You have the floor.
Okay, thanks so much, Caroline. And I want to welcome this new strategy from the bank, and especially because we as WWF, we've been with the bank since 2010. I think we're one of the few conservation organizations that is very active in the MDB space generally. We have partnership with the African Development Bank, the Asian Development Bank, the World Bank, and the Inter-American Development Bank. So we understand some of the issues coming from the conservation background. But more importantly, with regard to the new 10-year strategy, I think it comes at a time when a lot of things are happening. And for us, in our partnership with the bank, which started, like I said, in 2010, when at that time, with the old 10-year strategy, we're looking at two objectives, inclusive growth and green growth. The new strategy, which Caroline just presented, looked at two objectives as well, which is inclusive and green growth and resilient economies. And for us as WWF, we welcome this. And also one of the important things we noticed in the new strategy, I mean, I've looked at it, I was there when it was launched at the annual meetings in Nairobi, is that for the first time, we get the word biodiversity coming out clearly. When you do a word search, there are 6 words. I mean, biodiversity appears 6 times. This was not the case with the first strategy, and this shows how much the bank is ready to move on. And also, we've been working with the bank on a couple of projects, and I think Dosuma mentioned about measuring green wealth. I think this is one of the areas we've been working with the bank, and we are ready to go forward working with the bank, especially as it aligns with our own objectives as WWF in Africa. Because as you know, WWF is one of the biggest conservation NGOs in the world, with offices across 100 countries, but also with a good footprint in Africa. And so when we look at the work we did with the African Development Bank on mainstreaming natural capital in African development finance, which was a joint project with UNEP, it also helped us to understand in terms of how do we ensure that Africa's natural capital or African natural resources forms the foundation for Africa's development. And I think this has helped us to really understand some of this perspective. And next week, we'll be doing a series of webinars to try to roll out some of the knowledge products that we have developed. But more importantly also is how we are looking forward, working with the African Development Bank in taking this strategy forward. And one of the things is that as African Development, as WWF, we are rolling out a number of initiatives which we think are aligned with the bank's operational priorities, be it we call them the 5 I's. We have the African Energy Access Program, which is a WWF program being implemented and which aims at looking at how do we ensure that Africa does not just transition, but leapfrogs into the space of renewable energy opportunities. Because when we talk about transitioning, it means you're moving from point A to point B. But when we look at Africa, we're not yet at point A. where we have 600 million people without access to electricity. So for WWF is we see the opportunities in the renewable energy space. We don't want Africa to go the same pathway like other countries. So in that way, we'll protect our own biodiversity, we'll protect our nature and ensure that our economies are resilient enough to the effects of climate change. Another program we have in place is what we call the African Food Features, which is aligned with the Feed African operational priority. There also, we are looking at promoting issues around agroecology, climate smart agriculture. And at COP28, together with the African Development Bank, we did launch a report that looks at these issues, and it will be important to see how that is brought into the 10-year strategy. And lastly, we just recently, and that goes in line with the Africa's Wealth, Green Wealth, is our initiative on the Congo Basin, which we call the High Integrity Forest Finance Initiative, which basically looks at how do we encourage financial flows into the Congo Basin, which goes to look at issues around mitigation, because that region, the Congo Basin forest, plays a greater role in terms of absorption of carbon or sequestration of carbon. And when we look at how much that region receives in terms of climate finance, it's just 4% compared to Amazon or the Mekong. And so we are putting this initiative out. We would like to move with the bank on that. And we also have the Freshwater Challenge, which aims at looking at how do we restore in Africa 300,000 kilometers of waterways or water bodies in Africa. So we think the two strategy or the two objectives of the 10-year strategy aligns with our objective or our mission, which is protect nature and make sure that nature and people live in harmony, but also ensure that nature is everybody's business. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was super clear, and we appreciate your comments. So thank you so much. I now have a question for Robin, and my question is, what does social sustainability and inclusion mean in the context of climate action in Africa, and how do you ensure that it happens? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Caroline, for the question. And it's a great pleasure to be here and sharing the stage with other distinguished panelists here. First of all, I just want to congratulate you, Caroline, and your whole team and the African Development Bank on this 10-year strategy. I think it really provides a very sound framing that seems entirely appropriate for the challenges that Africa faces at the current time. I think the vision of a prosperous, inclusive, resilient and integrated Africa provides an excellent framing of the kinds of issues that need to be addressed for Africa's future and provides a tremendous opportunity to set the stage for investing in Africa. Now, and I really liked in the way that you articulated the framing of the strategy, your emphasis on a whole set of interlocking crises that Africa faces. Climate, of course, we're here at COP29, and we're here to talk about climate action and the effects of climate change. But they don't happen in isolation from a whole series of other trends that we're seeing. And you've highlighted this, Caroline, in your introduction. We see, unfortunately, all too much the effects of fragility, conflict and violence in so many settings throughout sub-Saharan Africa, thinking particularly of the Sahel and a number of challenges there. Impacts on food insecurity, and as you highlighted, Caroline, you know, immense inequality and social dislocations that come about as a result of the intersections of these mega trends. I could go on, but I think the framing of the strategy really brings this out, and I'd like to zero in a little bit on what you're articulating in the strategy as the cross-cutting investment priorities, and this is where I particularly see the intersections with the work that my group is responsible for around social sustainability and inclusion. So those cross-cutting areas, it's around promoting gender equality, investing in young people, of course, responding to climate change and investing in climate action, building resilience to shocks, conflict, and fragility more broadly, and strengthening economic governance. So I'd like to sort of zero in on how these intersect and what social sustainability and inclusion means in the context of climate action. And I'd like to highlight what I would see as four key priorities, or maybe sort of buckets for types of action, public action, but also crowding in private action in these spaces. I should mention actually one thing that my group is doing at the moment is we're preparing a flagship report on what we're calling the peace dividends of climate action. And this is essentially recognizing that fragility, conflict, and violence and climate action, focusing on resilience and strengthening resilience of societies to all kinds of shocks, they're often two sides of the same coin. So it's both the peace dividends of climate action, but it's also some of the climate benefits from actually acting on fragility, conflict, and violence as well. But let me come to the four buckets, or the four types of what I would see as priority areas for action. The first of these is around locally led climate action. Caroline, you've talked about the importance, and I congratulate the African Development Bank on having already achieved parity in climate financing between adaptation and mitigation. We have that same goal in mind from the World Bank standpoint. And so, of course, increasing support for adaptation, strengthening resilience more broadly is a crucial priority. But within that, and this is where I want to focus, I think it's essential that we see an increase in financing for locally led efforts in building resilience. At the moment, something in the order of 10 to 17% at most of climate finance actually reaches the local levels. And I think this is woefully inadequate because climate change manifests locally. There are a wide variety of challenges, and it's essential to engage communities on the ground as partners in co-creating the solutions to the problems that they recognize better than anyone. So what is locally led adaptation or locally led climate action? The Global Center for Adaptation and a number of other partners have highlighted 8 principles in locally led adaptation. I'm not going to talk about all 8, but there are 3 of these that I particularly want to highlight that help shape what we do in the space of supporting locally led adaptation. So the first principle is the principle of subsidiarity, or devolving control over decisions and resources to the lowest possible level, preferably actually getting resources directly into the hands of community members themselves, and certainly having them have a key stake in the decisions that are taken over the use and the deployment of climate finance. Now, it's not always possible to devolve resources entirely to the community level, and so almost always it involves partnerships between communities and local authorities, and also with civil society organizations and other partners in delivering solutions at the local level. But it's essentially putting communities in the driving seat, empowering them in order to plan using participatory methods that draw on the skills, the expertise, the perspectives, the insights of all members within communities, men, women, youth, the elderly, people with disabilities, and so forth. Recognizing that there are a wide variety of interests that need to be met in climate action at the local level. Now, the second principle I want to focus on is what does it mean to actually bring a climate-informed perspective to participatory planning and needs assessment at the local level. And I think this is absolutely essential. We've had long experience in community-driven, community and local development over a number of decades, developing the systems for participatory planning and empowerment of communities. But I think it's new. What is new is trying to ensure that those local planning processes are informed by climate science. And so it's a question of making climate science readily accessible to people in understandable forms in ways that they can use to inform a longer range sort of future conscious approach to planning for investment needs at the local level. Now, and then the third principle that I want to talk about among the LLA principles is around strengthening of institutions and the linkages between national level systems and systems for climate finance at the local level. We've developed quite a bit of expertise over a couple of decades or so in testing systems for intergovernmental fiscal transfers from the national level down to the local level, how to get funds down to the local level in ways that are accountable, that avoid leakage, where there's transparency in the use of finance. All of those fiduciary controls it takes a lot of time to build up these systems. They are in place now in a wide range of countries around the world, including in sub-Saharan Africa. And it doesn't take too much to kind of repurpose these kinds of platforms in order to support locally led climate action. From the World Bank side, we're now involved we have a current portfolio of just shy of about $5 billion of investment globally in locally led adaptation, locally led climate action across at least 70 or so operations. And I think there's enormous scope for our institutions to be working in collaboration and partnership to be able to advance the frontiers in this regard. There's some very exciting country platforms, particularly in West Africa, again, coming back to the intersections with fragility, conflict, and violence, with other partners as well, with AFD, our French partners, and many others. Interesting examples in Kenya, for example, the Financing Locally Led Climate Action, or FLOCA program, that is now being replicated and scaled up in Tanzania as well as in other countries around the world, Indonesia, Philippines, and so forth. Let me turn to the second bucket, and I'll be a little briefer. I know we don't have a huge amount of time. So the second bucket is around just transition. And in particular, the gender and other social dimensions of a just transition out of coal in the context of energy transitions. Of course, the same principles would apply to other just transitions in urban spaces, in land use change. There are many transitions towards a low-carbon future that are needed. Gareth and I were just in a panel immediately preceding this with partners from South Africa, where there's already some very pioneering work that the African Development Bank and the World Bank we're already partnering on these to ensure that the gender dimensions of a just transition are brought to the fore. It involves partnerships across public, private, between national and local levels, and in particular foregrounding the need to empower women and girls, as well as respecting the dignity, the choices, and the future opportunities for men and boys in these spaces, in moving away from jobs in the brown energy sectors. A third area I want to highlight is around the whole question of social integrity, environmental as well, but from my point of view, social integrity in carbon markets. And here, respecting the rights and the essential stewardship function that indigenous peoples and other local communities bring in conserving and upholding intact biodiversity, particularly in forest ecosystems, but it's not only restricted to forests. We've had a number of panels today also with indigenous peoples on exactly this topic. How is it that indigenous peoples and local communities can be respected as full partners in helping deliver the benefits from carbon markets, and how can carbon markets themselves deliver for indigenous communities, ensuring their full access to benefits, recognizing the essential stewardship function that they provide. And then the fourth and final bucket that I would highlight is what we would refer to as green accountability. And it's really a question of accountability in the use of climate finance at all levels. And how do we actually engage people? How do we engage citizens, civil society organizations and others in effective oversight over the uses to which climate finance is being put? Using, for example, digital tools, digitally enhanced access to information around participatory budgeting, applying some of the lessons that have been learned in gender budgeting. Many governments are now tracking their own national budgets and tagging it in terms of contributions to climate finance. But all of this information needs to be made publicly available. And, you know, the scale of the challenges that you're trying to confront in your 10-year strategy around climate action, fragility, conflict and violence, and all the other things that you highlighted earlier, Caroline, it's beyond the role of governments alone to be able to address these challenges. We need all stakeholders, and in particular, the role of civil society, all parts of society to be able to engage. And I think that role of transparency and accountability in the deployment of climate finance is imperative. So I think across all of these 4 buckets, I see great scope for our institutions to be working even more closely together. And I look forward to those partnerships going forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Robin. And I just want to say, Darrell, you really clearly laid out the importance of looking at not just nature, but people. And Robin's done the same. And I think just reflecting on both your interventions, we've had this huge push rightly for finance. Scaling up finance is really, really important. But we should never forget the people. So it's important always now to think, okay, what about the people? What's happening at the community level? How do we work with civil society and all the different layers of civil society? And this is what you both highlighted. And WWF are really a global leader on looking at the relationship between nature and people. So I appreciated very much your intervention and Robert's intervention really on how do we get locally driven action, because this is where climate lands. It lands in the communities. And so the 2 interventions here, they're just really fantastic. And thank you to you both, because I think that's very, very important to keep that in mind as we move forward, because without that focus, we're not going to succeed. And now I'm going to move to Gareth, right, who is really focusing on the climate to enable us, the climate financing, to enable us to really deliver. So Gareth, the 10-year strategy outlines the need to accelerate and scale up our interventions. What are the initiatives of the bank to increase climate finance in the context of the negotiations on the new collective quantified goals? And I'm sure you've all heard of the new collective quantified goals over these last 2 weeks. It's a very difficult acronym, so I'm going to keep saying it in long form. So this is really important. These negotiations are very, very important. And I want to add to that, I understand that the adaptation benefits mechanism, I hope you've all heard of that, is in the process of being recorded on the Article 6.8 platform, a detail that I will never forget, Article 6.8. But this is incredible, okay? We've actually now gotten to the state where it is being recorded in this article, and it's very exciting. And I know this is a passion of yours, Gareth, so I think it's really important just to share that with everybody here at the COP29, but also online, because we have a lot of people listening virtually. So really to outline what this means. What does this mean for actually looking at adaptation? And why is it important for this mechanism to really get a much higher profile? And we're excited that now it has been recorded in this article. So Gareth, you have the floor, 5 minutes. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much indeed. Well, let me start by congratulating you, Caroline, on the publication of the 10-year strategy. I know you worked long and hard on it, many late nights, so it was great to see it coming out. And also, I'd like to acknowledge our other panelists and the great interventions, a lot of really interesting points made. So let me just talk briefly about the NCQG, the new collective quantified goal. Of course, that's the focus of the negotiations here. I hope we're all looking forward to seeing a conclusion of it, because because it's incredibly important to come up with a new goal and to address the issues of, who's contributing, the quantity, how much money is there, and the quality, how much of that is debt, how much is concessional loan, because this is going to be particularly important to least developed countries and small island developing states that are currently indebted and don't want to take on more concessional finance. They need grant money, but we know grant money is scarce. So I think that's the backdrop that we're now looking at climate finance and understanding how we use it. We have a great deal of responsibility at the African Development Bank and all the MDBs to channel this finance in a cost-efficient and effective manner. It's very challenging to mobilize resources from the current climate finance instruments, the multilateral climate funds, and we are working very hard to improve that and bring more money to our regional member countries and to use that in a more efficient and effective manner. And we're learning lessons all the time, and it's very important to highlight that together the MDBs are working as a system to improve this. We work together on the definition of climate metrics, on reporting our climate finance, and on one of the new areas of development, which Robin mentioned, the country platforms. We see these as being very important instruments for helping to define how we move forward to address the needs of countries in a country-led manner. To identify both adaptation and mitigation needs, and then put in place financing instruments. And the Just Energy transition plans that again Robin mentioned that we've been working on. These are a sort of a forerunner of a broader country platform. We foresee countries choosing the sectors that they want to focus on, whether it's energy or more broadly on agriculture, infrastructure, urbanization, and so on. These are all areas that we see scope to develop through the concept of country platforms. Let me move just briefly then to the sort of the areas around adaptation finance. And again, Robin made a very interesting point about the need to sort of address locally driven climate finance. And one of the features of the climate architecture that we have at the moment is that it's not very well designed for getting money to local needs. You can mobilize resources for large-scale national programs and to a degree sort of municipal level, but getting money down to local scale levels where you have communities that perhaps need $500,000 or $1 million, it's very difficult mobilizing this kind of money. So we have a number of initiatives. I'll just mention them briefly. The Africa Climate Change Fund, Alhamdou mentioned that. That's one of our funds that gives grants to locally led organizations up to $1 million. So that's very important. And Rita, I see her in the audience. She's the coordinator for that. We have the Climate Action Window, which is a new window developed under the Africa Development Fund, which is giving grants and concessional loans to countries, to the ADF countries, the 37 low and middle income countries, focused on adaptation, but also with some money for mitigation and 10% of the funds for technical assistance. That call for proposal for technical assistance is currently open. 10% of the funding, which currently totals about $441 million, so about $44 million available for technical assistance. But we have a long pipeline of projects that have been submitted and not funded so far, so we are looking to donors for further contributions in that respect. And then let me speak briefly about the adaptation benefits mechanism, which Caroline very kindly introduced. This is a new instrument, an innovative instrument. It sits under Article 6.8 of the Paris Agreement. I would like to talk to Robin more in his third bucket, where he focused on the carbon markets, and I want to introduce non-market-based approaches into that bucket, because actually the non-market approaches are particularly efficient, we think, at channeling money to local enterprises compared to a market-based approach, which has in some ways distorted the approach, because it's a private sector profit-driven model, and we see the Article 6.8 non-market approaches as instruments that may be more efficient and suitable for channeling scarce finance to some of these kinds of activities. So the ABM, it's a non-market approach. It's designed to provide cash flow to projects that otherwise don't have a cash flow. So think of biodiversity projects or adaptation projects where you contribute public goods, but you don't get a cash flow. And the important point is that if you don't have a cash flow, you can't access the capital markets. So all these great instruments that we have, green bonds, blended finance, insurance instruments, guarantees, and so on, all those things exist in the capital markets, but if you don't have a cash flow, you can't access them. So the adaptation benefits mechanism and its kind of spin-off, the biodiversity benefits mechanism, they offer an opportunity to project developers to generate cash flows through the sale of what we call certified adaptation benefits. Now the problem is there's no demand for these kinds of instruments at the moment, and this is because developed countries and emitters are still getting a free ride on adaptation and biodiversity. They're not contributing to these costs. Emitting greenhouse gases has an impact on adaptation. It impacts biodiversity. It's an externality, and it's not being internalized. And we need developed country governments to step up and say to emitting enterprises, okay, we know you're contributing towards the cost of mitigation, but now we need you to contribute to adaptation and biodiversity as well. And the adaptation benefits mechanism is an instrument that can be used to do that. So it's going through the process of being approved. I think it's now on the platform for a 30-day consultation period. And just before Christmas, it, I hope, will be formally listed. And that's significant because we will then be able to go with our partner countries, Uganda, Kenya, Eswatini, Benin, a number of African countries who've already associated with the instrument. And we will be able to say to donors, we're looking for funding now to pilot the development of this instrument. And we hope that it will play an important role in mobilizing climate finance as we move into the future and in the context of the NCQG providing a new and innovative means of attracting finance from sectors that are currently not contributing to the costs of climate change. Let me pause there and hand back to Caroline.
Thank you so much, Gareth, for that very clear outline on some of the potential instruments that we do have. Complicated though they may be, we are still in the state of having to try and drive and get more climate finance. So finally, I'm going to turn to Dorsuma, and then I'm going to turn to you in the room to ask questions. But Dorsuma, you've heard what the panel have said, and really on a reflection of what the panel have shared with us, could you just touch upon, again, the biodiversity link to the bank's climate agenda in the context of financing and in the context of putting people first with regards to climate solutions? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Caroline. First, let me mention that, in my view, biodiversity and climate are really deeply interconnected. Because you see, biodiversity is actually playing a vital role in regulating our climate on one hand, but on another hand, we see that ecosystems are being significantly affected by climate change. So although those two issues are being treated under two different conventions, they are really connected. And this is why, under the 10-year strategy and also under our strategic framework on climate change and green growth, we have highlighted them all together, And we are seeing that also in the way we are implementing our programs that are focusing both on biodiversity and climate change. So in my view, there is a need for an integrated and holistic approach in order to strengthen the work that we are doing on both climate change and biodiversity. Let me mention a few programs of carbon, creating 10 million jobs, and also building resilience. So this
créer ainsi 10 millions d'emplois et créer de la résilience. Donc, il s'agit du type de programme qui aide, contribue à la fois à l'action climatique et à la protection de la biodiversité. Nous avons également des programmes régionaux dans la plupart des bassins, notamment de l'Afrique, de Zambèze, Niger, Congo, ainsi que des programmes dans la région du Sahel et le reste de l'Afrique. Il y a un programme dans la Corne de l'Afrique de construire une résilience en faveur de la sécurité alimentaire qui traite ces différentes questions ensemble. Donc, il tente à la fois de construire de la résilience tout en promouvant une gestion durable des sols, etc. Dans un même état d'esprit, dans le bassin du Zambèze, nous développons un programme de mobilisation des ressources en eau tout en protégeant les sols et en construisant la résilience des communautés locales. La connexion vient de s'interrompre à nouveau. La cabine de français s'excuse.
instead of considering them, as a separate issues. Finally, on financing, similar to what Gareth mentioned on the NCQG, we see that in the
Concernant ce que Gareth disait à propos du NCQG, dans le secteur de la biodiversité, on constate un processus similaire, à savoir qu'il y a un engagement à mobiliser 220 milliards par année de financement climatique d'ici 2030, dont 30 milliards en provenance des finances des marchés internationaux. Donc je vois là une opportunité de mobilisation des fonds internationaux à travers la COP de biodiversité afin de compléter les fonds déjà mobilisés dans le cadre de la COP climatique. J'espère que nous parviendrons à des promesses importantes dans le cadre de ce NCQG. Je conclurai en disant que nous sommes engagés à aider l'Afrique à élargir son accès aux finances climatiques d'ici à 2030. Nous sommes fatigués d'entendre d'une à l'autre que l'Afrique n'a accès qu'à 3% des finances climatiques. Nous devons transformer cette situation. Je n'ai pas regardé le dernier rapport sur le paysage en matière de finances climatiques, mais je crois même qu'à l'heure actuelle, l'Afrique a accès à moins de 3%. En 2020-2022, les financements climatiques sont passés de 653 millions à 1,3 milliard, mais l'Afrique continue de toucher moins de 3% de ces fonds. Je crois qu'il est essentiel de fixer des objectifs dans le cadre de notre stratégie afin d'augmenter l'accès, améliorer l'accès du continent au financement. C'est également une question d'accès aux technologies, la construction de capacités, ce qu'on appelle les moyens de mise en œuvre dans notre jargon. Nous devons à tout prix mobiliser ces moyens de mise en œuvre afin d'accélérer l'action climatique en Afrique. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Dorsuma. Et maintenant, j'aimerais ouvrir le débat. Est-ce que vous souhaitez poser des questions à nos invités? Excellent, merveilleux. Donc, allez-y, on va vous donner un micro. Donc, je vais prendre plusieurs questions à la fois. Donc, oui, nous commençons ici. Dites votre nom et d'où vous êtes. Bonjour tout le monde. Une seconde. Bonjour tout le monde. J'aimerais vous remercier, Caroline, d'organiser cet événement et les inviter pour les informations dont nous avions très besoin aujourd'hui. Je suis Alex Mrab, je viens du Libéria et je travaille avec les autorités dans le domaine des foresteries. Donc, pour penser différemment, il y a différents types de solutions et les points de transition par rapport au marché précédent qui ont été arrêtés à cause de nos initiatives de transition, en particulier le développement.
Now being put on hold. For all of the panelists here, how do we transition that? Do you have any ideas of what markets we get into that allows us to tap into that type of financial growth for that country again? Because though I hear everything that you're saying, this idea of being dependent on funds that are coming from other countries as well as loans that ultimately translate into debt is kind of disheartening and a little scary for developing nations in Africa. So how do we take this focus on conservation and preservation and transition it into a market that can benefit the world stage in order to draw finance back to our countries again? Because we need to do that. There's no way we can, everything that you're saying is not sustainable in the long term, right? So how can we do that? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alex, for a fantastic question. I think everybody on the panel will agree with what you've just said. I mean, that is really, really so important. Well, what I'm going to do is take another question and then I'll ask the panel to answer. Please kindly just say who you are, your name and where you come from. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Je viens du Sénégal.
Thanks a lot. I'm from Senegal. I'm the president of the African Group of Negotiators for Biodiversity. Thanks a lot for your interventions. I've got 3 comments. The first one regarding what has been said. Robin has said that we need to act locally on the basis of scientific knowledge for a global impact. We should value, I think, traditional knowledge. So for those who are at the local level, they have knowledge. They are they support sustainability, and we should value their knowledge. And also to have easier procedures to get the funding more easily, because locally very often they can't have loans, they do not know the procedures, and there are a lot of intermediaries in funding. So I think this is what is needed. Regarding Daryl, you used the term biodiversity 6 times. It used to be the poor relative, and we're very happy that the word is being used, because 30% of solutions come from biodiversity, and the loss of biodiversity is growing. So the need to go towards synergy between conventions. So I think that this is key and necessary. We should go towards synergies between conventions. And regarding finance, I'm going to do some advocacy. We are demanding for more finance for those who are victims. It's a call for the African Bank for Development. You are doing a lot of things, but regarding our organization, negotiators can't access finance to prepare ourselves. I'm going to give an example. We left Cali, and there was a decision 1622 regarding biodiversity and climate change. So we need to go towards other activities, but we do not know what to do to organize ourselves, to have finance, funding. We've got B2B meetings, and this is necessary. So we would like to stop intermediaries and to have an organization that will give us the opportunity to get directly your support. And this is what I wanted to say. Thanks a lot for listening.
Thank you. I'm sorry, could you just repeat your name and who you're from, where you're from? That would be great, if you don't mind. Just your name and where you're from.
My
name, Ousseynou Kassé. I'm the president of the African Group of Negotiators for Biodiversity. I'm from Senegal.
Thank you so much. Other questions, please? Any other questions on the floor? Yes, sir. Please go ahead. And then I think there's one there, and then one there. We'll take all the questions. The panel, if you don't mind, we'll just do a sweep round the room, and then we'll just go down.
Thank you, Caroline.
Please go ahead.
I also want to appreciate all the panel members.
Could you just say your name?
My name is Aliou.
Thank you.
My name is Aliou Akoshile. I write for Nature News. It's a climate-based newspaper based in Abuja, Nigeria. My question is on implementation and accountability. As you know quite well, Caroline, the greatest challenge to strategy is implementation. A lot of funds has been announced, committed, given to African countries. Are there frameworks within the AFDB mechanism to study or to evaluate the performance of African countries in the area of implementation of allocations being given to them on climate change mitigation? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Aliou, for that incredibly important question. I agree that implementation is vital. In fact, we've already started implementing this strategy, but thank you for your question, and we will come to that. Yes, sir, over there. Thank you. Yeah, it's on. It's good.
It's okay. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Je voudrais tout simplement me présenter et puis
I would like to give you my name and ask 2 questions. The first one, I'm going to do this in French. The first one, Sebin Garim Gay. I'm from CAC, Central Africa Economic Community, and we're in Libreville. You know that it's 11 member states for Central Africa. So my question, the first one, I'm going to ask you very quickly. During your presentations regarding the strategy from the African Bank of Development, you've mentioned the high fives of the African Bank. So the reason for these high fives is to get closer to our member states and decentralize at a regional level. So my question is, 10 years after the creation, are you satisfied with the results of this decision? Because the reasons to create these high-fives are still the same. And what are the statistics that you've achieved your goals? So I would like you to give us some clarification. What has been done and what are the results? The other question, since I manage disasters regarding Central Africa, you've noticed that over the past 3-4 months, we've had flooding, dreadful floodings. So in Chad, we've got data. We would like to have different types of data regarding climate centers in our region. We've got proofs. And in the north of Chad, we've never had this type of rain in the north of Chad. And this year, we've had 200 millimeters in the north of the country. And this created over 100 casualties. So being Central Africa, Cameroon, Chad, all the countries in our region, I really feel an absence, a lack of initiative regarding be it the World Bank, the African Bank. So there is a lack of initiative when our member states are facing flooding. What do you think? These awful floodings, I see no action from the World Bank. We need a support because we can't manage this. We do not know what to do, what to act. All the countries I've mentioned are very fragile. We have no resources to face these types of flooding. Thanks a lot for listening.
So much, Saran. And then just a final question here. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Hi, this Peter Goldstein. Work for Heifer International. We're an agricultural development organization. We're active in 9 countries in Africa currently. And my question is for Robin specifically. You brought up the issue of locally led development, locally led application of climate activity. And it's something that's our focus as well. And you know, we often find that taking the locally led approach is challenging, partly because, you know, at the national level and regional levels, they don't really trust the local communities to make these kinds of decisions. I'm wondering if you have any comments about that dynamic, and how can we really push forward the locally led approach as climate financing increases in the future. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I'm just going to ask the panel to answer all these millions of questions. And if we've got time, we can come round and pick up some more. But just while they're thinking about their answers, and just for everybody at home who's listening virtually, let me give you an extremely quick summary. So Alex made a very good point about the sustainability of the approach that we have at the moment, and really to look at Africa's own green wealth. And how can we make that for the benefit of Africans? So that's a really important point, and using the example of forests. So thank you for raising that. And then Usman from the African Group of Negotiators, the chair, thank you for your questions too. And this is about the importance of intermediary funding, also about the importance of biodiversity, but he also raised the issue of are we really looking at those who are affected? Are we really getting finance to those who are affected? So we appreciate those questions there from Usman. Alioum raised a really important question about how do we evaluate what we are doing across climate finance, but really across development, because development and climate are linked, they're not different. So you're right, this is the gazillion-dollar question, so we appreciate this. Seren, you raised from the Central African Economic Community, you raised the issue of the high fives. Don't worry, panel, I will pick up that question. But I think also you raised very importantly about are we prepared for crises? So I know the MDBs are doing a lot on crisis preparedness, and so your question is really well taken. And finally, Peter, really something that's dear to everybody's heart, especially mine, since I used to work in social development at the World Bank, and everything Robin raised I feel very passionate about too. And our president at the African Development Bank always talks about the impacts on people. How do we understand and hear from the people themselves? It is around locally led. So I'm going to start with each panel member. You don't have to answer all the questions. Just pick out whichever one you like the most. And we'll start with Daryl, and then we'll go down, and then I'll finish by giving a summary of this session itself. But again, thank you for the really, really very important questions that cover a lot of very important topics. We're still searching for the answers. So Daryl, over to you. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Caroline. And I think I really like the questions that came. But I'll start with Alex from Liberia. I think the question raised is something that we've been pondering about, right? In Africa, they've told us we need to transition. And like I said, I don't like the word transition. But then what does that mean for us? And I think for WWF, our initiative that we're starting with in the Congo Basin, and that also I'll respond to the colleague from ECAS, is where we're looking at, because the forest area is one of the areas we can use to develop. It holds minerals, it holds the trees, it holds land for agriculture. And then you're telling us we need to keep that. And for a crisis that we didn't cause in the first place. So our initiative is to see, which I think last week at the DRC pavilion, we had 8 ministers from the ECAS region to talk about that initiative, which was called the High Integrative Forest Finance Initiative, which basically is to say, we can keep this forest standing, but you need to pay us for that to happen. How this mechanism will work, it's something we are still unpacking, but already I think that's an initiative. If it works, we can also use it for countries like Liberia. To the AGN, I would say, I was at the AMSEN in Abidjan, the special session, and I think one of the big decisions that came out of it was we need to create this. The African ministers agreed to create a platform to create the synergy for the 3 conventions. And I think already that's one way we could work from the African perspective to create the synergy. But more importantly, and I think you raised, is how do we ensure that nature plays that role to attenuate the effects of climate change? And one of the things we've been promoting as WWF has been nature-based solutions. I think yesterday we had a great conversation with Gareth on the ABM, and we think we have those initiatives. And maybe to the bank, rather than, the bank is there to finance development projects. And most of those development projects are big infrastructure. But also, nature-based solutions could be a way for us. And he was talking about floods in the Chad area, for instance. The problem most of the time is, if we look at those areas have become drought affected, no trees. What if we go through the reforestation? I think the Great Green Wall could be one way we start responding to some of the crises of drought. And I think I will stop there. If the other questions, like on the one on accountability, I think that goes to the bank directly. Thanks.
Great, really fantastic questions. Thanks so much. Let me take, I'm going to take 3 or 4 of these briefly. So I believe it was Usman, you making the point, the importance of valuing local knowledge. as well as climate science, and I couldn't agree more. This is one of the primary justifications, actually, for locally led action. Is, as I mentioned, climate change manifests locally in very different ways, and so absolutely we need to be valuing the knowledge, the expertise, the particular insights that local communities bring. But of course, they can't possibly be all-knowing. And the unpredictability, the uncertainty around climate change does call for insights from climate science, downscaling climate projections and scenarios, making that information available and accessible to local communities to inform their participatory planning processes. I think this is essential as well. It's a combination of bringing the best of both, the local knowledge with the climate science. And your point on ease of access to finance, I couldn't agree more. There's a big emphasis in many of these spaces now on direct access to finance. We have seen this in the context of forest action, for example, the direct grant mechanism linked to the forest investment program, and actually some amazing sort of experiments happening in Latin America, where there are even, Colombia, Ecuador, actually setting up indigenous people's banks to provide direct access without that kind of intermediation. Intermediation is very often necessary, but it can get in the way. So I absolutely agree on that point. Ali, really great points around, the point about accountability, and evaluating performance of climate finance. And as I mentioned, I think this is a key priority, engaging all stakeholders, making information available about what finance is actually being used for. But we do need to also strengthen the evidence base and strengthen knowledge of impact. And I'll come to this in relation to Peter's question as well in a moment. I think Sebinga, I'm not sure if I caught your name correctly, and forgive me if I didn't, but I want to talk about, you're highlighting the importance of responding to natural hazards, to climate-related and other hazards and disasters. When I talked about locally led climate action, I mean two different types of action. So a lot of it is anticipatory action, where you're investing in the ability of communities and other local actors to, strengthen their own resilience. But of course, they are often faced with shocks of many varieties, climate-related shocks, and so. The new fund for responding to loss and damage that's been set up, that comes out of past tracks of the negotiations, I think is terribly important, and learning lessons from how to respond effectively and in inclusive ways, so that all members of communities who are affected by flood and other climate shocks stand to benefit. And I think there's so many dimensions to this that go well beyond what we might conventionally think about as being relevant to climate action. So, for example, in the context of shocks and hazards, major flood, we see this in the context of fragility and violence more broadly. We often see a spike in gender-based violence. We know there's a sort of a crisis of prevalence of gender-based violence across the world. And in contexts of climate and other hazards, we often see gender-based violence spiking. And so this is the kind of dimension of responding to shock and loss and damage that I think needs to be taken into account. And then finally, Peter, and by the way, I'm a huge admirer of the work of Heifer International, long been a supporter. A lot of my own research in the past is with pastoralists, and so really glad and fully agree, of course, on the importance of locally led action. And I really like the question that you're posing, and you're quite right that there's often this level of distrust of national level actors. And I think a key to addressing that is to build up the evidence base and demonstrating impact. We need better data, better evidence of the impact, metrics for capturing resilience, and what it really means in practice. In the World Bank, we've just gone through a process of streamlining our corporate scorecard and kind of stripping down what were 150 measures of success down to just 22 core measures. And one of those is around strengthening climate resilience. And the locally led adaptation portfolio that I referred to earlier, we estimate will reach and will benefit something in the order of 1 to 200 million people over the next sort of 5 to 10 years or thereabout. But we need to actually measure the quality and the effectiveness of the investment. And I think that will help then to persuade national policymakers and others of the value proposition of moving in this direction. So thank you so much for the question.
Thank you very much. A great round of questions. I know we're 2 minutes. Yes, okay. So I'll have to cut back what I wanted to say. Alex, I think you know, sustainably managed timber still has a value. There is a need for plantation-grown timber. African countries are starting to import timber. We need timber to build houses. So well-managed plantations have a real role. And I think a country like Liberia is very well placed to meet export markets in Europe and North America. And I would pay attention to the carbon border adjustment mechanism, which is a way of, well, avoiding having to pay significantly high prices for carbon. And if you can avoid having to pay that, then you can profit because you can sell your products cheaper. So some interesting things to talk about there. Ousseynou, I mentioned the African Development Bank. We support the African Group of Negotiators to participate in the negotiations, and the Africa Climate Change Fund has given grants to organisations supporting the role of women in the negotiations. And Rita, my colleague, can tell you more about that if you want to know more. Ali, we have our independent evaluation framework within the African Development Bank. All projects also have to complete project completion reports to account for how they've, what they've developed. But the IDEV team work on selected projects and give detailed analysis of the evaluation results. Garange, on the disaster risk management, we have ClimDev, which at least helps you gather the information and get information about early warning systems coming. So my colleague James Kinyangi is here. He runs ClimDev, and you should talk. I'm sure they have programs already in Chad, but you should talk to James to learn more about that. It's really important that we start to collect data, because when you go to the Green Climate Fund, they're asking for 30 years worth of climate data to justify the climate rationale, to show how climate is changing and so on. So, gathering that information is really important. On I'll stop there because I think we're probably out of time. I'll hand over to Alhamdou. Thank you.
Yes, quickly. I think my response to Alex is to complement what has been already said. I think, as we used to say, charity begins at home. I believe each of our countries need to have an adequate national accounting system in order to really, put value to the natural resources, including forest resources, and how those resources contribute to national development and how we measure that contribution. I think it's important to have that. I know some countries are collecting taxes on forests, and those resources are not re-injected in order to build sustainability in those ecosystems. I think it's important that our countries do that. On Sénégal, Ousseynou, je suis d'accord avec vous. Je pense que la question de la synergie.
I totally agree with you. The synergy between conventions is very important. It's not something new. We've been talking about it for years, and things are not changing at the moment. So you've got a huge role to play so that these conventions could talk to each other because the topics are interconnected. We've had the example regarding waste management, and we've got a joint secretariat, so I think it's a model we should replicate. I do agree with you regarding more funding for victims. I believe that we've got a fund regarding climate action. It's for 37 African countries, the poorest and the most vulnerable. There is a lot to do still, but this is a start, and we already have a few initiatives regarding this.
Independent evaluation office of the African Development Bank, which reports to our board of directors, and they do such evaluations on most of our initiatives. In addition to that, our audit department is also doing such independent assessments. Actually, they have audited our climate change strategy recently, and with significant lessons learned. So this is also part of the accountability issue you mentioned. Finally, Seminga, je suis d'accord avec toi sur le fait que Voilà.
I totally agree with you. It is true that the bank is for development. It's not a humanitarian institution, but these events are really important for us, and we need to act. We've got a fund, and all our countries know this. If there is a natural disaster, all countries have access to this fund. It's a tool to rebuild the systems more quickly, and I think that all countries know about this mechanism and this tool, this finance tool. But beyond this, as we all know, beyond the treaties, each time something happens, there is a disaster, early warnings are very important. How to anticipate, there is a lot of work to do. We've got a tool at the bank, and all countries should subscribe for an insurance to receive funds when there is a disaster. But many of the countries have not subscribed yet. So there is another tool, Acrifa, focusing on adaptation, and there would be private insurance. There are initiatives. You do not see the results yet, but there is a start, and we can develop the resilience of our people, focusing more on anticipating disasters instead of reacting. This is what I think, at least, and I would like to share it with you. Thanks a lot.
Great. Many thanks indeed to everybody. I'm just going to very quickly, in 2 minutes, sum up our session here today. But before I do that, I know there was 2 questions for me, so let me answer those. Very quickly, I think what was asked, are we satisfied with the high fives? We did a lot of evaluations, and we are satisfied with the high fives, but we must scale up and we must accelerate, because the needs and the ambitions of our regional member countries are very, very high. And this is why we're trying to mobilize financing. So we need to put much more effort and many more resources into our high fives to meet the need. And secondly, around, Aliou, you asked about evaluation. And I think you'll be interested to know in our strategy, in our 10-year strategy, we have a results management framework, which is very detailed, and you'll get access to that. So it is online, and you can go down to the most detailed evaluation. So I'm really happy that you have asked that question. So, okay, summing up, everybody, I'm going to make just 4 points of what I've heard from our panel members, what I heard from the questions on the floor. And the first one really is balancing the money and the people. It's so important to get the financing right. We know that, we need more, we don't have enough. But at the same time, we have to listen to the people. We have to be able to be driven by local needs, local communities, and in that respect too, to listen. And that's why local knowledge is important. And with respect to evaluating and accountability, because they are linked, it's important to listen to communities, but all stakeholders at all levels. But on top of all this is the issue of trust, the very difficult issue of trust between all organizations, among different groups at different levels. Secondly, we heard a lot about Africa's green and inclusive vision. Now, the 10-year strategy does prioritize climate resilience and biodiversity. But I'd really like this phrase that I heard. Biodiversity regulates our climate, and climate affects biodiversity. And that interrelationship we should never forget. But I also heard from Daryl the importance of looking at Africa's green wealth. And WWF are working with us on that. And until we get that right, we are undervaluing Africa's assets, which is exactly what Alex was talking about. But we're doing a lot of work on that. We're working with partners, so we thank WWF for that. But I also heard the importance of the peace dividend of climate action, which Robin raised. And this is something that's really interwoven throughout the strategy, the importance of looking at peace building, of resilience, of inclusion to lead to prosperity. Those are our 4 key words in our vision. And thirdly, partnerships are critical. I know everybody says that and we all go, yeah, that's really not that interesting. But in this respect, we need to have partnerships built on trust. And as such, a lot of the MDBs, we used to be financing organizations, financing institutions. We're now really leveraging institutions. We leverage to be able to ensure the resources are getting in the right place, but we leverage partnerships at the same time that are hopefully equal. That's what we're aiming for the goal of ensuring that Africa prospers. And finally, we see Africa as a leader. With great biodiversity and renewable energy potential, Africa can drive global solutions. With that, I thank everybody. I thank my panel. If you can give my panel a round of applause. Thank you very much, panel. Very grateful for your time in your busy schedules. And thank you to everybody here today. And thank you if you are joining online. We appreciate your time. Thank you so much and have a good day. Take care.
can just be seated, or it's fine. Like, what would you prefer? Because you also need to cue the run of show, no? Because you need to say blah blah, and then maybe we be seated. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
What's that? Oh, he was just. Oh, he's over there. All right. Are people able to hear me? Okay. Wonderful. Which channel are we on? Channel 1? 0. Okay. Should I show them we're good? Okay. All right, wonderful. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs. My name is Michelle Tichler. I am the lead on climate and environmental sustainability at World Fish. World Fish is a research organization on fisheries and aquaculture as part of the CGIAR. And it is my immense pleasure to welcome you today to what I believe might be the very first aquatic food events in the African Union Pavilion. And we're really pleased that this topic is coming out of the food and ocean pavilions and into the country discussions. First of all, a quick introduction into the word of aquatic foods. Aquatic foods are also sometimes known as blue foods. They're fisheries and aquaculture. They're basically all of the foods that are produced either through wild capture fisheries or aquaculture in our freshwater and marine environments. And irrespective of what we call them, aquatic foods are incredibly important for economies, for food and nutrition security, livelihoods. So we know that there are really affordable sources of high quality nutrition. They are also an important part of many economies, and that's why we are talking about them today in the context of the blue economy. And especially for Africa, at the moment, consumption in Africa is about half of the global consumption of aquatic foods. So there's really tremendous opportunity to scale aquatic food systems to meet the food and nutrition security needs of the African continent, to improve and to manage our aquatic food ecosystems, as well as to develop a joint African strategy on how we increase investments and enhance the African negotiation position in the global markets. So it is really my immense pleasure to welcome the co-organizers of this event. So this event is being co-organized by the African Union, FAO, and Earfish. And I believe before we go into our panel discussion, we will have some opening remarks from George Mbaseko, who is head of Blue Economy Division at the African Union Commission. Thank you very much.
Merci. Bon après-midi.
Thank you. And
je ne vais pas être long sur les
everyone, I won't speak too long, since I think it is important to have enough time to debate about this key topic of the blue food. I would just like to say that the African Union Commission
cet événement qui vise à
is happy to greet you together with the FAO and Great Fish to this event that want to debate the question of alimentation within the COP29 here in Baku. Why talking about this topic? Because I think that all the activities, developing activities, have one common goal, which is the well-being of our populations.
La qualité de vie des populations, les revenus,
food security, livelihood, etc., being the key indicators of such well-being. So among the quality of life and the well-being, food safety is a key topic. We all know the figures regarding the hunger on the African continent, and we know which populations are the more vulnerable, among them the displaced populations. Together with the different consequences of climate change. So among those vulnerable populations, we need to take into account the children, our future. So this session will be an opportunity to share about the possible solutions, to see how we could better prioritize the food safety, the food security question among our negotiations. Our Commission, the African Union Commission, is working on two key points. The blue economy is one question, and about the blue economy, as you'll be able to understand, this is what we're talking about: the fisheries and the aquaculture, and the African Union is developing different mechanisms in order to bring partners in order to find solutions to meet the needs of the local communities. So I would like to thank you for being here. I would like to especially thank our two partners, IRFISH and the FAO. And so let's now switch to the next part of our session and the debate. Thank you very much.
Merci, Monsieur Mseko, and especially thank you for highlighting the important connections between fish, food and nutrition security, climate change, and stability in society. And so next, it's my pleasure to welcome the second partner, Shashan Ma, who is a fishery officer in climate change at the Food and Agricultural Organization of the United Nations.
Good afternoon, colleagues and friends. It's really a pleasure for me to be here today and speak on behalf of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. My name is Xuechang Ma. I'm a fishery officer from FAO. And you know, FAO is part of the United Nations system, and our mandate is very clear: to lead the international efforts to end hunger. But the scale of challenge we face is huge. 2.3 billion people face food insecurity, meaning that they lack consistent access to sufficient or nutritious food. And out of this number, more than 800 million people experience severe food insecurity, meaning they often go entire days without eating. And these are not just numbers. These are real people, real families who live under the shadow of hunger. And if we do nothing at all, climate change is going to make the situation even worse. And we cannot afford to fall behind. This is where aquatic foods can be a powerful solution. However, aquatic foods used to be this forgotten child in the food security agenda, just like the second child syndrome, who is often ignored in the family. And this might be because that aquatic foods are usually not a big contributor to national GDPs, but we should not forget that aquatic foods provide essential protein intake for 3 billion people and support the livelihoods of 600 million people. And especially for the people who live in the rural areas of developing countries, they don't have pharmacies to buy like omega-3 supplements. And all these supplements are just simply not affordable to them. so they rely heavily on aquatic foods for their everyday food security and nutrition. The good news is that the momentum is building. As you may know, FAO has developed the Blue Transformation Roadmap, and this roadmap outlines the pathway for the sustainable expansion of aquaculture, the effective management of the 100% of the fish resources, and the upgrade of value chains. And the Blue Transformation Roadmap has been highly recognized in the G20 this year. In fact, the fisheries and aquaculture sector has been identified as a future priority by the G20 agriculture ministers. This is a big milestone for the aquatic food sector in the global agenda. And also, since last year, the African Union has become one official member to G20. It is now in a very unique position to help drive the agenda for aquatic foods even further. And this is why today's event on aquatic foods in the African Union Pavilion is particularly timely and relevant. So let's join forces to make sure that aquatic foods are no longer the forgotten child in the room, and because they are a critical part of the solution package to food security, blue economy, and climate resilience. Thank you and happy World Fisheries Day.
Thank you, Strashon. It's really nice to be reminded why we should not be forgetting that important child of fisheries and aquaculture. And then finally, it's my pleasure to welcome Gabriel Moussouali, who's the Programs and Strategy Advisor for Earfish, the third partner on this event.
Okay, thank you so much for having Earfish here. And I would like to start by letting us know what Earfish is in full. Earfish stands for East African Platform for Non-State Actors in Fisheries and Aquaculture. And our mandate largely is advocacy. Advocacy aimed at ensuring that Africa, or East Africa in particular, and Africa in general, produces enough food or produce enough food for our domestic consumption and trade. And that is a Herculean task. So we are very happy to partner with our mother institution, that is the Africa Union, driving this particular agenda, and at global level, the FAO. We are excited about this particular agenda because food is not everything, but there is very little that we can do without food, if at all. We are also alive to the fact that we have two very critical sustainable development goals. The Sustainable Development Goal 1, think about poverty eradication, and the Sustainable Development Goal 2, about ending hunger in all its forms. That is a Herculean task, and we all appreciate, based on the context that has been set by the Africa Union and FAO, that aquatic foods contribute immensely towards achieving that. We do appreciate that. But there is one very disturbing issue. How do we match that with resource allocation by the member states to ensure that that particular agenda is achieved? In our work as an advocacy outfit, we have actually come to realize that while some of these issues exist in our policy frameworks, they are not matched by commensurate resource allocation to make that particular agenda realizable. So why is that? So what is commitment? Is commitment all about having a policy framework with a print that speaks to the question of aquatic food systems? Or is commitment about matching what is in the print in the policy framework with the resource allocation towards realizing that particular agenda? That is what we set out to address. And of course, in addressing that very Herculean task, we have to keep working very closely with the Africa Union, with the FAO, to ensure that it works. As we talk about climate financing towards aquatic food system, we are again aware of the gigantic job that we have to do, okay? We are aware, for instance, that we have very generous flow of funds towards that particular agenda at African continental level. But, like Shosha has indicated, aquatic food systems have always been treated like an orphan child. In most sectoral, in most dockets, you'll find that dockets that are responsible for aquatic food systems are paired with other dockets like agriculture, fisheries, and livestock. Now, that action of being sandwiched makes aquatic food system dockets suffer immensely. So as we talk about resources flowing towards climate agenda, are we so sure that the resources that we are getting at African continental level will go towards aquatic food systems? We can't take it for granted. If it has been, an orphan, where's the guarantee that it will automatically become noticeable? So our responsibility as an advocacy outfit is to ensure that we keep engaging with the Africa Union, with the FAO, with the member states, with the regional economic communities to ensure that the visibility of aquatic food systems in this whole agenda remains as prominent as any other agenda. That is what we are here for. And we are very happy that we are together, and we shall take this message back to Africa, and there will be meaningful change. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Muswali, first of all, for helping us keep the big goals in mind, and secondly, for highlighting the importance of resources to get us there. And I'm sure we'll getting back to that question of resources in the discussion as well. And so now I would like to move us into our panel conversation, where our participants will share transformative projects and activities and policy objectives that they've been working towards in their respective countries and organizations. And so first, could I invite Mr. Amin Abdallah, who is the manager of Marine Protected Areas, Marine Parks and Reserves Authority of the Ministry of Livestock and Fisheries in Tanzania. And the question for you, sir, is could you please outline the key opportunities that you see for investment in sustainable aquatic food systems within the framework of Tanzania's Blue Economy vision, and how are you really integrating climate change actions to ensure resilience and sustainability of those investments? Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, it's a honor to be part of this important dialogue about aquatic food for climate resilience, blue economy in Africa. Let me thank the organizers for inviting me and to be part of this event. Tanzania recognized that sustainable fishery is a key, one of the key sectors in the blue economy. So sustainable fishery in Tanzania employs 200,000 people, and over 10% of the population, either directly or indirectly, are involved in sustainable fishery. And subsistence fishery produce over 90%, 95% of fish catch in Tanzania. So sustainable fishery is essential for supporting our people, both in terms of livelihood, employment, and protein, but also in protecting our key marine and freshwater systems and ensure that sustainable economic growth that benefits both current and future generations. So Tanzania has made a tremendous effort to ensure that the blue economy is developed and sustainable ocean governance. So we have put aside several policy mechanisms and regulatory framework in order to support that. We have developed a blue economy policy. Now we are in the process of developing strategic implementation plan for the blue economy. Zanzibar has developed a blue economy together with a strategic implementation plan, but also we have a 2050, what we call it, agriculture transformation master plan, which is really addressing the food system in the country. So all these plans and policies are aimed at guiding the blue economy sector in order to make sure that we maximize the profit, but also taking into consideration the environment which is supporting. So the government believes that the proper implementation of the blue economy concept will help to alleviate poverty, reduce hunger, and improve food security to the people, but also improve gender equalities and social inclusion. So we have a couple of priority areas for blue economy, such as fisheries and aquaculture, both in terms of deep sea fishing as an investment priority, and also in fish farming and seaweed farming. We have maritime trade and shipping as an important investment priority, but also we have sustainable marine and coastal management, marine and coastal tourism development. We have renewable energy as an investment opportunity, but also we have a marine and coastal conservation to ensure that all these are developed in an area where we have the health of the ocean is given its importance. But also the research and development and capacity building is very, very important. So unlocking the full potential of our fisheries requires strategic intervention, both in terms of balancing investment as well as conservation issues. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abdallah. And I think your intervention clearly highlights, on the one hand, the immense potential of fisheries and aquaculture in terms of many different dimensions. You mentioned hunger, nutrition, poverty, social inclusion, sustainable governance of natural resources. And so it's wonderful to be able to highlight that potential, but I think it also clearly presents a great governance challenge in being able to manage all of those different dimensions at the same time. So it's wonderful to hear that you're able to build a cross-sectoral policy to address governance of this growing and important sector. And so along those lines, may I next invite Mr. Gareth Phillips, Manager of Climate and Environment Finance at the African Development Bank. And could you please share some examples of some existing projects that are funded by the African Development Bank that support aquatic food systems or the blue economy more broadly? And from your perspective, what are really some of the key challenges and opportunities in bringing climate into those investments?
Thank you very much indeed. It's a pleasure to be here this afternoon. Let me just start by clarifying that we are in the Africa Pavilion, which is hosted in partnership with the African Union, AFDB, Oude NEPAD and ECA. And you can see our logos on the behind us here on the panel. So it's a great pleasure to be here. I manage climate and environmental finance, so I'm not a fisheries specialist. And my colleague Ahmed has provided me with some talking points which actually very accurately address the question. So if you'll excuse me, I am going to read a little bit from my talking points. Usually I prefer to speak, but this time I'm going to read because I might go off track and not answer the question. So, but I hope to take some other questions afterwards. So under our Feed Africa high priority, the Blue Economy flagship is one of several initiatives to achieve the goals of aquatic foods and synergies with the other high fives. The bank's operations are done mainly through sectoral approaches which focus on aquatic foods and fish value chains, and then we have integrated approaches where we have projects that contribute to these food chains and the aquatic food systems more indirectly. For example, renewable energy, climate resilience, for example, improved adaptation through infrastructure support such as coastal fishing ports or processing infrastructure. We have urban planning, coastal management, marine spatial planning, tourism and regional integration. So these are indirect approaches that contribute to the blue economy. To date, the bank has invested in fisheries and blue economy operations in more than 30 countries, focusing on national sovereign operations with both grants and loans, and non-sovereign operations or private sector investments, as well as multinational operations that include our regional economic communities such as SADC and IGAD. And on the slide that's now projected, you can see some details of the projects that we have been supporting. Current sovereign operations in fisheries in countries such as Benin, Malawi and SADC have secured additional financing through the GEF International Waters and the LCDF to support both ecosystem-based adaptation, addressing illegal and unregulated fishing and supporting compliance and effective fisheries management at local and regional scales. Our non-sovereign operations or private sector operations in Zimbabwe and Lesotho have been mostly on aquaculture. Project completion reports highlighted in Zambia, DRC, Uganda and Angola, they have shown considerable impact in terms of food security and resource sustainability. And we have new initiatives underway in São Tomé and Príncipe, in Guinea, Mauritania, Mauritius, Madagascar and Sierra Leone. Now, some of the key challenges that we face, these include the lending window and headroom. So this is to do with the way that the African Development Bank allocates funding to countries, most low-income countries and ADF countries. So ADF is the 37 low and middle-income countries that access our highly concessional funds. They have limited borrowing capacity. This is what we call the headroom as to how much money they can borrow. And when they do have an allocation, fisheries competes with other national priorities. So we're competing with things like infrastructure, energy infrastructure, roads, bridges, education, health services, and so on. So there's a lot of competition, and supporting countries to meet the Malabo target of 10% of country budget on food systems and keeping up with the Dakar II commitments to feed Africa is key in meeting the goals of the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Programme, or CAADP. So this is an important point, the limitation that we have on the amount of money that's available to borrow. And of course, you'll be aware of the NCQG negotiations that are going on here that are designed to increase the amount of money coming into these kinds of activities, and climate finance in particular. And if those numbers go up, they would translate into increased borrowing available for some of our low-income and middle and ADF countries. Other challenges we face include institutional capacity to administer bank projects and the need to sustain investments after the project ends. A strong private sector is needed, as well as public-private partnerships to scale production and productivity and to maintain and utilize value chain infrastructure. Most of the bank's financed infrastructure projects, such as in Madagascar, Sierra Leone, Uganda, Angola, etc., have not been utilized fully and raise questions of ownership and long-term sustainability. This speaks very much to the country ownership, and now you may be aware that there's a focus on the development of country platforms as a means of developing integrated funding programs. And one of the most important features of country platforms is that they must be country-led. So country ownership is something that we see coming up in other areas, and there's some examples of where we've run into challenges around that in the fisheries sector. There are several opportunities in terms of improving the adaptive capacity of communities to respond to aquatic foods, as well as to promote women's small and medium enterprises. Women play a critical role in the rural and urban household economies, as well as the seafood value chain. And the bank is supporting climate-related finances through the Climate Action Window, fragility-related support through the Transitional Support Facility, specifically in São Tomé and Príncipe and IGAD, and various trust funds supporting micro, small and medium enterprises, including the Canadian-funded Catalytic Small Medium Enterprise Funds, funds for private sector assistance in Africa. That's a fund called FAPA. We have public-private partnerships and strengthening of value chain actors. And lastly, the bank has been working with other development partners for co-financing, such as the World Bank and IFAD, as well as in the implementation of support with FAO and UNIDO on blue economy investment plans and fish value chains. We also plan to support regional economic communities through the AU Blue Economy Strategy, as well as NEPAD in creating complementarity on the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Programme, industrialization and for impact at scale. That concludes my speaking points. My colleagues Ahmed and Ayanle, who are not here, they work on these projects. They're able to provide more information. I can put you in touch with them if you'd like to know more. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Phillips. And following those remarks, I understand why you wanted to keep your speaking notes at hand, because that was a lot of very detailed information. So thank you very much for that. And what I think your remarks really highlighted was the importance not only securing a good quantum here at COP29, but also really thinking about the quality of that funding and all of the processes surrounding it. So with that in mind, I wanted to invite Mr. Malang Darboe, who is the Deputy Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Fisheries and Water Resources in the Gambia. And the Gambia is actually a beneficiary of a Green Climate Fund project worth $25 million that is focused on fisheries. And I was wondering if you could elaborate on how this initiative is currently transforming aquatic food systems in the country, and specifically how is it contributing to biodiversity conservation and enhancing the resilience of local communities to climate change. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I'm from the Ministry of Fisheries and Water Resources in the Gambia. We have this project, PRORIFIS, known as the Climate Resilient Fishery Livelihood Improvement Project that is funded by the GCF, Green Climate Fund, with support from FAO and a counterpart contribution from the Gambia government. The project started in 2022 and is supposed to run for 6 years. The project is currently being managed by FAO. Gambia government is working in collaboration with FAO in the management of the project. So as a result, we work hand in glove with FAO in the management of the project. The project is to benefit 167,000 more people, especially women. Women constituting 52.4% as beneficiaries, because they are the most that dominate the fishery sector in the country. For example, when it comes to drying and other issues pertaining to the sector, the project focusing on enhancing resilience to climate change, sustainable aquaculture, improve fisheries infrastructure. That is the artisanal infrastructure that we have, which is being ravaged by climate change menace, and habitat restoration. So in transforming aquatic food system, this is going to address the challenges of poor infrastructure, low quality fingerlings, and limited technical skills. In this, the project is trying to put in place fish tanks, fish ponds, and promote oyster and cockle culture to those that are mostly affected by climate change, and they may have lost their livelihoods pertaining to fishes, because fishes is going down because of the climate change issue. So the project is coming up with other issues, maybe daily works that they could be able to do. For example, oyster or cockle culture, in order to have a living. The project also is supporting our national hatchery. There is a national hatchery that was funded by the Food and Agriculture Organization, but is underutilized. With the coming of the project, we are trying to, let's say, use it effectively. That is to create avenues, involve the Department of Fisheries in developing, for example, fingerlings that could be used not in 1 or 2 regions, but across the country in the development of aquaculture. Dryers also, so solar dryers, improve ovens, are also part and parcel of the project, because initially in the Gambia, what used to happen is the women that are mostly involved in this, in fish drying and other issues, usually do it the hard way. That is what they use are ancient type of dryings, and then those might result into health hazards. Sometimes very serious health issues are discovered. So what the project is trying to do is to change some of them, some of these drying equipments into better and friendly and healthy equipment that could be used to assist those women at least gain some revenue and other issues. On biodiversity conservation and community resilience, the project also is working on putting in place planting of 1,100 hectares and supporting natural regeneration of 1,250 hectares of the mangrove that we have already lost during because of the climate change issue. This thing is currently being carried out. Promote biodiversity also is on course. Improve aquatic species, that is habitats, and more so capacity building on ecosystem monitoring and protection also is being done. That is purely from government. That is part of the counterpart contribution of Gambia government to train fisher folks and the local communities and even people at governmental level on ecosystem management and monitoring. The key outcomes that we expect to gain from this project is that we believe that in the long run it will increase fish availability, improve incomes, and hence enhance food security and reduce environmental harm. Foundation for a climate resilient and sustainable fisheries industry in the Gambia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Darboe, and thanks also for highlighting the really important role of women in aquatic food systems. And if I may just be a little bit indulgent, my hope is that next time we organize this event, we can also reflect the importance of women in aquatic food systems in the leadership voices that we get to share with you in panels such as these. But since you mentioned FAO several times, I'm wondering if I can invite Shweshan to share some highlights of practical resources and tools from FAO that African countries and communities can use to build climate resilient aquatic food systems.
Yeah, thank you, Michelle. And in practical terms, FAO is doing 3 things to support countries in building climate resilient aquatic food systems. First is to get the data and information to support policy making. And second is to develop policy guidance that provide solutions. And finally is to implement solutions on the ground through projects in collaboration with countries and communities. And let's start with data and information. 2 days ago, at the Ocean Pavilion, which is just around the corner, FAO presented a report with projections of exploitable fish biomass under different climate change scenarios throughout until the end of the century. And we have results for every single country and territory in the world. And the findings show that if without intervention, the fish stocks in most countries will likely decline. For example, in Africa, the western side of the continent and the Red Sea are particularly at risk. And countries such as Angola, Sudan, and Senegal are among the most affected. But there is some hope that is like a low carbon emission scenario will significantly minimize losses for 178 countries in the world, and including those in Africa. And we need to fight for this scenario. And solutions are already available, including those outlined in the NDC Fish Guidelines developed by Stanford University, World Fish, FAO, Bayer Institute, CARE, and EDF. And these guidelines provide a menu of adaptation and mitigation options that are grouped under different main areas. And some of them are specifically related to the aquatic food sector, from production to supply chain to consumption and dyers, while some are more cross-sectoral and dedicated to blue carbon habitats and ecosystems, including mangroves. However, to make a leap from policy to action, we need adequate climate finance. But the problem with the aquatic food sector is that there is a significant adaptation finance gap. So a recent FAO study showed that the adaptation finance to the aquatic food sector has averaged only $0.2 billion per year. But if we are serious about adaptation, we need $4.8 billion per year to support all the developing countries in this sector. And zooming into Africa, for the sub-Saharan Africa, the estimated total adaptation cost would be $0.8 billion per year. And the number is $500 million per year for North Africa and Middle East. But of course, not all the issues are about money. Even if we have adequate finance today and then we make the leap from policy to action at scale, there is still a gap between action and result. And in order to have good results, we need also governance, technology, and capacity building support. So one useful resources could be the FAO guide to the UNFCCC for the aquatic food sector. And this guide aims to help stakeholders from the aquatic food sector to understand how to navigate the climate instruments such as NDCs and how to engage effectively with UNFCCC entities like the Adaptation Committee. And the goal is to make sure that the sector has a voice and visibility in climate negotiations. And to conclude, FAO is committed to continuing providing the necessary tools, data, policy guidance, project implementation support to scale up adaptation and mitigation actions in the sector. And asante sana. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Xueshon. As always, really impressive to see the resources that are available from an organization like FAO. And I'm wondering if next I can take that high-level insights and perspectives that you offer and take it down to the local level and ask Mr. Mouswali to offer his thoughts on how local experiences demonstrate the importance of aquatic foods to food security, nutrition, and livelihoods in East Africa, and in particular, what role a small-scale fisheries platform like yours plays in supporting those contributions in a changing climate.
Okay, thank you so much once again. We address this particular agenda through two prongs. The first one is to promote aquatic food production. And we are doing that because we operate at the regional level. So we are doing that by promoting the adoption of the relevant policy frameworks that are going to enhance aquatic food production. More specifically, the small-scale fisheries guidelines. We are very much alive to the fact that this guideline would be a game changer if it was adopted within the East African region, not only within East African region, but within the entire Africa. But the good news is that although we may not appear to have done so well, we have about 5 countries in the entire Africa that have been able to adopt and operationalize these particular guidelines. Now, that is the first level. And one of the things we have been able to do is to interact with the regional economic communities like EAC, that is the East African Community, SADC, that is the Southern African Development Community, and COMESA to try and fast-track the adoption of this particular guideline. So we are already interacting with these particular regional economic communities to ensure that the SSF guidelines are adopted and operationalized through their member states. The second level is also involves enhancing capacity building of the member states. Now, currently, we are working with a partner, to be more specific, COMESA, to build the capacity of women at the grassroots level in terms of undertaking cross-border fish trade. Okay? Now, this is a grant that we received from the European Union through COMESA. And our interest is to ensure that women, and I'm happy that you mentioned the agenda of women, the women who actually dominate the post-harvest activities have sufficient capacity to engage in cross-border trade, particularly within the Great Lakes region of East Africa. Now, as we do this particular engagement, we have also extended that particular issue to now start looking at the livelihood, fisheries livelihood, not just as a development agenda, but also as a human rights agenda. So again, we are working with GIZ to try and promote cross-border fish trade as a human rights agenda. And now that we are working with the women, so we are trying to ensure that we promote the women's rights, so that if climate change is impacting negatively on cross-border trade, then UN is able to draw a nexus between climate change and the inability to progressively realize the women's rights. So we are also already engaging at that level, and that comes from a background of realization that the negative impact of climate change on livelihood is not just a development agenda, it's also a human rights agenda. And we know that within the East African region, the human rights approach to programming is a very critical issue. So we have taken it upon ourselves to take this particular issue and address it from all these particular facets. We hope that next time we shall be having this kind of engagement, we shall be reporting to you how it has worked and the impact it has had on women's economic empowerment, as well as domestic food security amongst the women-led households. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Oh gosh, I lost track in my papers. I knew this was going to happen. Mr. Muswali, of course. I really appreciate how you're highlighting how your organization is working to support, to go with and through country governments to really get those governance frameworks in place and to make sure that the human rights of those involved in aquatic food systems are secured. And I share your desire to see the concrete outcomes of those actions next time we all meet. But since you mentioned SADC, I'm wondering if I can invite Mr. Victor Shamudala, the director of our World Fish Office in Zambia, to share some of his experiences on working with the Zambian government, including on SADC-funded work to increase climate resilience of aquatic food systems. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Michelle. Before I get to answer the question, let me just make one statement with regards to decisions that have been taken by the Zambian government that has enhanced the visibility of aquatic food systems in Zambia, but also with other member states in terms of the Southern African region. I think Zambia took a decision to create a standalone ministry that is responsible for fisheries and livestock away from the mainstream agriculture. And that has really helped to raise the visibility of aquatic food systems. And consequent to that, Zambia now has a standalone national fisheries and aquaculture policy, which has highlighted how the aquatic food systems ought to be developed in the country from production up to consumption, but also to secure the interest of aquatic food systems within multifunctional landscapes where most of these fishery areas are found and also where aquaculture takes place. Secondly, the creation also of the Ministry of Green Economy and environment has also helped to bring coordinated efforts in terms of aligning investments in climate-related issues, unlike when these were being done under different ministries, and therefore certain issues would end up being overlooked. And was already stated by other speakers, you'd find that aquatic food systems become like an orphaned child because the voice was much weaker. But now, with the creation of this ministry, it has helped to give attention to all sectors on an equal basis by government. In terms of work that we are doing as WorldFish in Zambia and Southern Africa in relation to issues around climate change, there are a number of technologies that we have deployed in trying to address issues of climate change. One of the biggest transformative change that has happened is that of designing and deploying agro-advisory services in aquatic food systems. As we all know, for a long period of time, all agro-advisory services that were meant to enhance transformative responses to issues of climate change have been biased towards crop production. So for the first time, WorldFish, working with the Department of Meteorology under the Ministry of Green Economy, we've been able to develop the climate advisory services that are tailor-made for fisheries and aquaculture. And we are now working in translating these even into local languages. And through this, it has really helped to provide information that is able to help the different actors in fisheries and aquaculture to make informed climate decisions around climate issues. For instance, the alerts that are sent to fisher folks, it helps them to know whether they can go on these lakes to do their fishing activities or not, based on the information given to them about the situation that will be prevailing on those lakes. Then secondly, even for aquaculture farmers, they're able to know whether there will be flooding in their region or not. So that also helps them to make decisions as to when they can do their stocking and when they can do the harvesting. Secondly, it's also about issues around genetic improvement program, where we have worked with the support of African Development Bank under the Zambia Aquaculture Development Enterprise Development Project to improve the genetic performance of indigenous fish species, in particular the Kafue bream. What this does when there is this enhanced genetic gain is that where the fish was growing probably 9 months to reach market size, the fish is able to reach market size within 4 to 6 months. That reduces the period in which the fish can get to the market, and therefore you are able to reduce the amount of environmental resources being used in producing the fish, but also you are enhancing income generation. And then thirdly, you are also basically also helping to create that resilience, because with genetic gain, you are also helping the fish to be able to be resistant to certain environmental pathogens that bring about aquatic diseases. The other issue is about deploying technologies that are around issues of reducing post-harvest losses. We have deployed technologies of solar-tinted dryers, which also not only enhance the processing part of it, but also provides enhanced food safety, because when you are having these processing in the open air, there are a lot of other pathogens that end up contaminating these foods and spoiling the food, and therefore you get more post-harvest losses. But when you use solar-tinted dryers, you are enhancing this food safety, but also you are using climate-smart technology to be able to process the fish itself. We have also developed specialized smoking kilns that are reducing the amount of firewood that is being used in smoking the fish. And in addition to that, we have also made briquettes out of waste from farm products such as rice husks that are now being used to smoke the fish, instead of the smallholder farmers or the fisher folks going to collect, to use firewood, and therefore you are basically now reducing the amount of deforestation. The other is about the use of reticulation systems, where you're able to use the water several times in your production system, and therefore you're having efficient water use. We have also worked to deploy technologies around pond-based polyculture, where within one pond you're able to grow different kind of fish species. to address issues of nutrition and also income generation. And therefore, we are also optimizing the use of water and land. And then we are working on a project which is funded by NORAD on developing sustainable feed using local ingredients, which is going to also help to reduce the carbon footprint, because you find that in production of aqua feed rather, is not in areas where these communities that do aquaculture are found. They're basically found in commercial zones. And an example we can give is that of Zambia, where the region where aqua feeds are produced and to where the local smallholder farmers are found is about 1,000 kilometers. So to move this feed from this region to these, you are actually increasing the use of fossil fuel that is used by these transportation vessels. But when through this FASA project, we are hoping to develop these ingredients that eventually can be processed by local small to medium entrepreneurs, small feed millers in the communities where these aquaculture farmers are found, and therefore you're reducing the transportation cost, but you're making feed also cost effective, and also you're developing the capacity of SMEs to produce aqua feed. So there are a number of these technologies that we're using, but also what we've seen in reducing the carbon footprint, particularly when it comes to post-harvest losses, is value addition. When you do this value addition at source, it reduces the amount of fish that goes to waste. But we've also seen the need to use solar-driven energy. The drought that has happened in Southern Africa has actually brought to reality the challenges that other actors, other than fisher folks and smallholder farmers, but the value chain actors that process fish do face. In the absence of sustainable energy, you lose a lot of fish to post-harvest. And therefore, the use of solar-driven energy helps to process this fish, and the people are able to make their money. And we would want to really give credit to African Development Bank for providing us with these resources through the SADC Secretariat, where we've been able to enhance issues around food processing and value addition, but also, as EFish has mentioned, which is one of our partners, in facilitating cross-border trade, because through the Profish Blue funding that AFDB has provided, we have been able to help these small processors to take their products from one region to another where the demand is needed in an efficient manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Victor. And I think your intervention highlights really well the value of both deep sectoral expertise and the importance of cross-sectoral coordination for bringing some of those solutions to the ground, including the example you shared of the early warning systems. And then finally, could I invite Mr. Mdaseko to reflect on the interventions you heard so far and share how you at the African Union are currently integrating aquatic food systems into your Africa Blue Economy strategy, but then also how where you think this might take us in the future.
Okay. Merci bien, Michel. Je voudrais...
Thank you so much, Michel. First, I would like to thank the different speakers for sharing so useful information. I would like, in regards with the African Union Commission,
système alimentaire dans l'économie bleue.
Our activities regarding the blue economy and the food systems. As my colleague from the African Development Bank, this is the Africa Pavilion. And so we need to see how the resilience directly relate with the climate finance topic. Regarding the African Union Commission, of course, we are working on a macro level, and the member state and the regional economic communities with which we are working to implement the politics on the ground. But our two main instruments are, on one side, the Africa Vision 2063 on one side, and the Blue Economy African Strategy. If we consider this strategy, what I can say is that regarding the food systems, we are working on two main axes. The first one, together with our partner, we support both the countries and the regional economic communities to train their workforce, because this blue economy, the blue economy is a new topic, so we need to strengthen the operational capacities of member states so that they can better understand what the blue economy is about, and to go beyond the current perception. We still don't see the opportunities for the value chains in our food systems. Together with the member states, we of course work to align our policies. We are currently helping a certain number of countries to develop their blue economy strategies. We've been surprised. For Africa, the blue economy is not only the ocean, so we're also talking about the continental ecosystems, and we were surprised to see that there's a strong interest from country without coast, like we just saw the case of Zambia, and we have other cases of landlocked countries. So even for those landlocked countries, the blue economy is an important topic. So for example, around the Lake Chad, we've had some regional integration, since the smoked fish is produced there and sent to other parts of the continent since thousands of years. So those are the kind of practices we need to go back to better integrate our food systems. The second field of work is to work with our different partners. Our partners have a certain number of solutions, but in some cases, some initiatives were duplicating, working on the same topic, sometimes on the same region, and we realized that even if it helps, it is not very efficient, so we could organize this in a better way. So, since we're talking about the blue economy, regarding the African Union strategy on the blue economy, it follows 5 pillars. But within those 5 pillars, we have like 4 key sectors that are competing among themselves. So this problem may have caused the lack of development that we see today. So this is why we work with our partners to manage to produce a list of challenges, and since the next year we'll start this exercise, so a list of needs as expressed by the member states and the regional community. So this is our mission, to make the links between the needs and the solutions, solution brought by our development partners. But we won't do that only with those 2 entities. We're also considering to see how to involve the private sector, since since the outset. And this brings me back to the food systems topic. You know, sometimes even when natural disasters happened, there are some business opportunities. So this is the kind of ideas that we need to use to bring on board the private sectors in order to also create jobs for the populations.
L'économie bleue est loin des secteurs. Je pense que non. Et je pense que la FAO l'a un peu effleuré.
I think that as the representative of the FAO already said, we are trying to help countries to develop their domestic policies and to prioritize certain sectors. In the case of the countries, island countries or coastal countries, in some cases, it's hard to identify which sector will get the priority. It may be a bit easier for the landlocked countries to prioritize one sector, but considering the different sectors included in our strategy, we're talking about the fishery, transports, tourism, mining sector, which includes oil, of course, and the fifth is about governance and technological innovation. But if we consider the link between this strategy with the question of food, if we, maybe the link is not that obvious, but let's consider tourism. The tourism involves the question of infrastructures. Hotel infrastructures, but we won't be able to receive tourism without feeding capacities as well. So this creates a direct link between tourism and the food systems. This is the same with the mining sectors or the extractive sector. Those oil fields, where you need to feed the workers on the oil field, or for the mining sector, the same with the energy sector. Without energy, without clean energies, we'll face challenges to fight an important phenomenon for our Commission, which is the post-capture loss, the losses after catch losses. We're talking about important losses for the fisheries sectors because of the lack of preservation infrastructures.
Could I ask for your closing thoughts?
Okay. Voilà à peu près, oui, je vais finir par là. Voilà à peu près ce que nous faisons. Donc,
So this is what we do within the African Union Commission. It would be extremely important to work on the visibility of the blue food systems and how could we finance resilience, how could we support the countries to become more resilient in front of the climate change. So to conclude,
amenons les pays, c'est de travailler sur les questions de développement de l'aquaculture, notamment l'aquaculture marine.
We're helping countries to develop the aquaculture, especially marine aquaculture, which is not much developed yet in Africa. So we're also helping them with the packaging for the post-catches losses. So we're also helping the craft sectors for the non-industrial fisheries. So we are trying to help this sector to to bring this sector in a more formal structure, and also the infrastructure question that we've already mentioned to process the product of the non-industrial fishery.
Marine ou même des écosystèmes des eaux intérieures. Donc voilà en gros ce que je peux dire sur
So this is more or less what I had to say regarding the activities of the African Union Commissions regarding the fisheries and the blue economy. I mentioned different related sectors because those different sectors depend on the food production as well.
I want to extend a warm word of thanks to all of our panelists for this rich discussion. I think the trade-off of a rich discussion is that you always run out of time. But I think what we saw here was highlighted both the importance of blue or aquatic food systems for the African continent, the degree to which climate resilient solutions are already being implemented across many countries, and then what we're seeing both funders and governing bodies do to help support investment in this important sector. And before I close, I would just like to remind everyone of the opportunity that the 2025 NDCs pose for really highlighting the importance of the sector in adaptation and mitigation. I'm not a finance expert, but my understanding from the people I've spoken to here is that if you do not signal the financing need, there certainly will not be any financing corresponding. So please consider including fisheries and aquaculture in your adaptation targets as well, so that the much needed financing can flow to this highly important sector. And with that, I will say again, thank you very much.
speaker. Hah? Daram tiranya nya kazako do kuma. Protect. Okay. Ah, ahora puedo ir al otro lado. En África, coño. Okay. Mighty African Union. Appreciate it.
Tiene termino africain san tena ba zao ato zao misy sarisarita ny fara misy sarisarita ny fara ah ouais comme ça and comme ça justement c'est comme ça voilà voilà c'est comme ça
Yes, Beatrice, you can see that all you can do is exactly a good things. You can fire, you can also say something. Okay? Kamate na ile yote uyebe kabisa. Mzuri sana kwa kamate mingi sana. Sawa? That is good. That is fine. You can say yes or no. Kamatie wewe. Sawa, that is party.
Ile title ndo ilikuwa nzuri. Nasikiliza maswali kutoka kwenu. Yes.
So good afternoon, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, Minister, as this is a silent mode, we need to use all the headsets, please. So, bonjour à tous les francophones et merci beaucoup de votre participation.
Good afternoon to all the French speakers, and thanks a lot for being here.
Thank you so much for coming to this high-level dialogue on climate finance and resilience for seeds. We are going to have 90 minutes of intense discussions where we will have 2 panels. The first panel will have the presence of 2 of our ministers. We have here with us the minister from Sao Tome and Principe, and we have online also the minister from Seychelles. And after then, we will be having the ambassadors and directors from the other countries which belongs to the African Island States Climate Commission and to the AIS region, Atlantic Ocean, Indian Ocean, and South of China Sea. After that panel, we will move into the second panel, which is basically partners and development college development stakeholders who will be addressing the audience and building on the interventions that the ministers have done in the first panel. We have the heads of some of the climate funds and other key stakeholders for the islands. So as you know, this event is co-organized between the African Island States Climate Commission, chaired by Seychelles, and the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, with the support of the Indian Ocean Commission, and in collaboration with the partners that are here, African Development Bank, African Union, Alliance of Small Island States, and the climate funds that are with us. So I wouldn't stay for long. Now we're going to move into the opening panel. So the opening panel will consist of 3 speakers in person, and then we will have 1 online speaker that will give us the official opening remarks. So then for this opening panel, I would like to call to the stage the 3 partner institutions, Indian Ocean Commission, Ms. Gina Bone, African Development Bank, Mr. Tony Ndong, and UN Economic Commission for Africa, Mr. Nassim Ulmane. Please come us and join into the stage. Thank you. Let me also inform you that there is French interpretation for those who prefer to speak in French, and then English. So, il y a l'interprétation en français, anglais. Donc,
There is a choice of English and French for interpretation. If you'd like to listen to French, you need to change the channel.
Without further ado, I have the pleasure to introduce Gina Bone, who is the head of mission and the Indian Ocean Commission, and a great champion of the islands. So, Ms. Gina, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Antonio, and Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. And on behalf of the Secretary General of the Indian Ocean Commission, Mr. Edgar Dravan, it is my honor and pleasure to welcome you to this event, an event that is expected to be very well, to have a lot of discussions, and we are going to discuss issues of importance for the island states of the island states in general. But we will be focusing basically on the island states of the African and Atlantic, Indian Ocean, and South China Seas, to see how can we best collaborate and cooperate to raise finance to meet the expectations of our countries. As it has been said, this event is being organized within the framework of the African Island States Climate Commission, which is chaired by the government of the Republic of Seychelles. And it is worth mentioning as well that this year, the Republic of Seychelles is also the chair of the Indian Ocean Commission. The Indian Ocean Commission has, since its creation in 1984, has devoted its work in promoting cooperation amongst island states within the Indian Ocean region, and has, since the second states conference held in Mauritius in 2005, has extended its services to support island states of Africa. Recently, the Council of Ministers of the Indian Ocean Commission has mandated the IOC to play a more crucial role in supporting the resilience of island states of Africa, hence to become the Secretariat of the AISCC, a role which we intend to play fully with the support of all the partnering institutions of the AISCC. In order to take on this role, IOC is undertaking some internal institutional reform and strengthening its internal capacity to access finance for climate actions for SIDS. IOC has recently been accredited to the Green Climate Fund, and this is a very important milestone in the work that we are doing. Discussion is ongoing with the adaptation funds and some other partners to ensure that we are in a capacity and in a position to support, to mobilize funds and to support island states in the actions for climate. And when we talk about climate, we ensure that we look at climate in a holistic manner, ensuring that biodiversity, land degradation, blue economy is incorporated. Without further ado, with these little words, the IOC is happy to be part of this initiative and is ready to take on board its new responsibilities and to ensure that the cooperation amongst the island states, be it within the Indian Ocean region, the Pacific, and the Caribbean, so that we can collaborate, bring in experiences from each of these regions to better support the resilience of SIDS. We do recognize as well that within the myth of the Western Indian Ocean, we do have a very big island, Madagascar. And Madagascar has the same issues as most of the SIDS that we are concerned with. The only difference is the population, but the challenges that Madagascar is undergoing is also some of the challenges that the SIDS are undertaking. We have also extended our work to Zanzibar, which is an island of the United Republic of Tanzania, and we are happy as well that Zanzibar is part of the AISCC, and we look forward to continue providing the support to these islands to ensure that as we move forward, the African SIDS will speak with one voice and we have a space within the international arena. And ladies and gentlemen, I will allow me to conclude in thanking UNECA, African Development Bank, and all the partners that has been supporting the IOC and providing support as well to the island states of Africa to ensure that the island states of Africa becomes resilient and they are in a position as well to be heard on internationally. And I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gina Bone, for championing the island's cause and taking it forward. Really appreciate. And now I have the pleasure to call to give his remarks to Dr. Anthony Njong, another big defender, which is the Director of Climate Change and Green Economy of the African Development Bank. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Antonio. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank Group. It is indeed both an honor and a privilege to welcome you to this high-level dialogue on climate finance and resilience for small island developing states in Africa. We've been in this pavilion right from day one, and it's not common in an afternoon towards the closing of COPs to still have the place filled up. This attests to the importance of this event that we're having here today. So today we gather with a shared sense of urgency and purpose, united by the pressing need to address one of the most significant challenges of our time, climate change. Small island developing states, particularly those in Africa, stand at the front line of climate vulnerability. For decades, these nations have faced the relentless impacts of rising sea levels, extreme weather events, biodiversity loss, and the erosion of vital ecosystems. These challenges, we all know, are not just environmental. They threaten livelihoods, food security, and even the sovereignty of nations. While the world recognizes the disproportionate burden borne by seeds, the solutions, especially in terms of finance, have not kept pace with the scale of the challenge. Bridging this gap is the central theme of our dialogue today. Without a doubt, climate finance is a lifeline for seeds, for these nations to adapt to climate realities, transition to green economies, and build resilience. They require not just funding, but access to predictable, adequate, and equitable financial resources. Yet, many seeds face a significant barrier to accessing global climate funds. This dialogue provides a unique platform for us to collaborate, share innovative approaches, and ensure that the voices of African seeds are amplified on the global stage. As leaders, policymakers, and advocates, we have a collective responsibility to drive change. Mobilizing climate finance and enhancing resilience is not just an obligation, it is a moral imperative for us. It requires collective action, innovative solutions, and unwavering commitment from governments, multilateral institutions like ours, the private sector, and civil society. It is important, however, that we must coordinate our efforts. Today's discussions will focus on practical pathways to achieving these goals. The African Development Bank does not only support the seeds, it actually prioritizes the African seeds to enhance their resilience and adaptive and capacity against climate change impacts. We have several financing instruments and mechanisms and initiatives that seeds are benefiting from. Is that enough? No. There's room for improvement. Recently, we launched the Climate Action Window to raise between $4 billion and $13 billion to accelerate climate action in low-income countries in Africa. I'm pleased to note that 3 African seeds have been approved for grant funding under this initiative, and these are the Comoros, Guinea-Bissau, and São Tomé and Príncipe. I believe that many more, some others, will still benefit from it. Our work under the ClimDev Fund and the Hydromet Alliance, together with other regional development banks and the Systematic Observations Financing Facility, SOF, will provide foundational observations on which early warning is anchored. And we know that our seeds need the early warning systems desperately. Through this initiative, we are supporting Mauritius, Comoros, Seychelles, and Madagascar to develop funding requests for instruments for investments in basic weather observations. The first grant of over $5 million for Madagascar was approved in June of this year. In closing, I urge each of us to approach this dialogue with a spirit of collaboration, determination, and hope. Every action matters, and every moment counts. We don't have the time. Let us seize this opportunity to make tangible progress for the African seeds and set an example for the rest of the world. I thank you, and I look forward to a very impactful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anthony and John, for your support to the 6 countries and what the African Development Bank is doing so far. So now we have our next speaker, that is Mr. Nassim Ulmani, the Director of the Technology, Climate Change and Natural Resource Management Division at UNECA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Antonio. So, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, Ambassadors, UNSG Special Envoy for Oceans, distinguished delegates, distinguished partners, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor to address you today on behalf of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa at this high-level dialogue convened in the margin of COP29. I extend my gratitude to the Africa Island State Climate Commission, the Indian Ocean Commission, and our esteemed partners for organizing this critical discussion. This gathering is a vital step towards addressing the disproportionate climate vulnerabilities faced by small island developing states in the African and AIS, means Atlantic, Indian and South China Seas regions. The challenges are immense. Rising sea level, extreme weather events and escalating debt burdens undermine both livelihood and economic stability. But alongside these challenges lie unique opportunities to champion innovative solutions for resilience building and sustainable growth. The need for strengthened regional and global partnerships has never been greater. Initiatives like the African Island States Climate Commission and platforms such as AOCs exemplify how collective voices and coordinated action can amplify the priorities of seats on the global stage. Enhancing this regional collaboration is essential for articulating common positions and addressing shared vulnerabilities, particularly in areas like climate finance, debt sustainability, and loss and damage. The recently adopted Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for Seas, ABAS, underscores the urgent need to align climate resilience with innovative financing mechanisms. Seas face significant barriers in accessing predictable, timely, and adequate climate finance. Simplifying access to funds, adopting tools like debt for nature swaps, and advancing initiatives like the Sustainable Debt Coalition are critical pathways to unlocking the fiscal space needed for resilience building without exacerbating debt challenges. UNECA remains deeply committed to supporting such transformative efforts through initiatives like the Raise Island project, funded by the Green Climate Fund, bringing together the 9 members of the IISCC. Through this kind of initiatives, we see how tailored financing solutions can strengthen climate resilience and risk management across African island states. The dialogue provides an opportunity to build on this success, identify scalable models, and further enhance access to global climate finance mechanisms. As we continue our deliberations, let us keep our focus on actionable outcomes, ensuring that the voice of African and AIS seats resonates strongly in shaping global climate policy. Let us work collectively to ensure that the commitment under the ABAS, the Paris Agreement, and the SDG translate into tangible, impactful results for the communities we serve. In closing, I reaffirm UNECA's commitment to partnering with you to turn today's dialogue into tomorrow's solutions. Together, we can transform challenges into opportunities and secure a sustainable, resilient future for African and AIS seats. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Nassim Ulman. Director of the UNECA, for your support and commitment of the institution. And now I have the pleasure to give the floor online to the Minister Flavien Joubert from Seychelles, which is the chair of the African Island State Climate Commissions, that will deliver the opening remarks of this event. Please, the Minister, the floor is yours. Oh, Minister, you are mute, sorry.
Thank you, Antonio.
Okay, now you can restart, please.
Okay, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I would like to extend a warm welcome to all country representatives and partners present at this high-level dialogue on climate finance and resilience for SIDS, organized by the Africa Island States Climate Commission on the sidelines of the 29th COP in Baku. Thank you for making time in your busy agendas, which I know is getting busier as we approach the end of this COP. Allow me to begin by conveying good wishes from the chair of the Africa Island States Climate Commission, the President of the Republic of Seychelles, His Excellency Mr. Weber Kalawan. The Republic of Seychelles appreciates the commitment of all parties towards the work of this commission, in particular, Commission de l'Océan Indien and UNECA, that have supported our work and is pushing for the commission to have a work plan and a pipeline of viable projects for the future. I would like to convey to every participating country the assurance of our continued commitment to work with the international community in strongly and decisively combating this climate crisis through ambitious ocean climate action, comprehensive protection of biodiversity, and advocating for sustainable development in small island developing states in Africa, as well as other developing countries. Seychelles is committed to ensuring the success of the Commission, and at every opportunity will advocate for climate action and seek solutions for our small islands. We count on the full engagement of all parties, in particular to ensure that we remain connected with the regional network through our focal points, and also that we remain connected within our respective countries. We are today making progress in the operationalization of our commission, as well as building partnerships. The first in-person meeting in May 2023 in Beauvalon, Seychelles, served to bring together all member countries and also numerous partners, marking a significant milestone recorded in the Beauvalon outcome document. Through the support from CATSEVAOC, Congo Basin Commission, UNECA, and Commission de l'Océan Indien, COI, we have made further progress and we have arrived at project development that would serve all our partners. We hope that we will be able to meet again in 2025 in person to further make progress on the work of the Commission. This demonstration of commitments towards the Commission by partners is for us a huge source of encouragement, and it should prompt us parties to double up our effort to make sure we achieve success. It also shows us the way that this network of alliance should be established and should function. The AISCC Commission, we should remind ourselves, was created in the context of climate negotiations, and it should serve as a voice of advocacy for islands within Africa. It is appropriate that today we utilize this forum to define the interests of Africa's island states, and we agree on strategies for embedding our interests better in the Africa Group and on the international stage. Within the Africa Group of Negotiators, we should have that voice. Within the SIDS conference in Antigua and Barbuda, we met and we voiced our concerns. I would encourage all parties here to have that vision of a commission with a strong voice of advocacy that contribute meaningfully in global climate negotiations, especially in defining the Africa position and the position of islands. I would end by emphasizing that in this climate emergency, it is not the time to see others as competitors, but rather as members of an alliance that could breed success. If we work together, we have the potential to impact positively a huge expanse of sea and land within the Africa region, larger than what is covered by the other commissions for the Congo Basin and also the Sahel region. The discussions we are doing today should set the course for the Commission to make progress in 2025 to show major ambition, but also to cement renewed relationship with our partners, especially with IAS within the AOC's grouping. I would urge all delegates to fully engage with the results obtained thus far to make this Commission one that we can all be proud of. Thank you once again to all member states, partners for your continued support, and thank you to potential new partners who have shown an interest in the work that is being done by this Commission. Let us make this a successful meeting, not just for our islands, but for the whole of Africa and indeed for the whole world. I thank you very much and I wish you fruitful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister Flavian Joubert, the Minister of Agriculture, Climate Change and Environment of the Republic of Seychelles. We really appreciate your leadership through this African Island State Climate Commission, as well as your commitment to support. So now the opening is done. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We have now the pleasure to move into the next panel that will be with the African and AIS member states. So I have the pleasure to come to join me at the stage His Excellency Nilda Borges da Mata, which is the Minister of Environment of the Democratic Republic of São Tomé and Príncipe. Please join us. Then His Excellency Tania Romualdo, which is the Ambassador and Permanent Representative to the United Nations of the Republic of Cabo Verde. His Excellency Maria Antonieta Alves Lopez, which is the Ambassador and Representative to the African Union of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau. Then we have also he says Farhad Mamburuk, the Director of Environment from Zanzibar, the Union of Tanzania. And we have also Madame Lubacanto, which is the Coordinator at the Ministry of Environment of the Republic of Madagascar. I would like also to acknowledge that we have in the room the representatives from Mauritius, Comoros and Equatorial Guinea, so that may come later. And from this panel, we will have each speaker 3 to 4 minutes for making their intervention quickly, their remarks, okay? And then we will move into the second panel that will be moderated by our colleague Nassino Mane. So now, for the first speech, it will be by His Excellency Nilda Borges da Mata. She will speak in French. Donc, lui, c'est la ministre de l'Environnement de la République démocratique de São Tomé et Príncipe. Elle va s'adresser à nous.
Minister of Environment of São Tomé and Príncipe will speak in French. Please choose the correct channel if you don't understand French.
Chers ministres, délégués.
Dear ministers, dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen, first, I would like to thank you for inviting me. The seeds are an heterogeneous group between the Caribbean, the Pacific, Atlantic Ocean, as well as the Indian Ocean and the Chinese Sea. So there are vulnerable because of their small size, their geographical isolation, the spread of their population, as well as because of the non-diversified nature of their economy and their strong dependence on the external market, as well as their exposure to the different kind of natural disaster and climate change. This is why it is key to strengthen the cooperation so that our regional approach could better identify priorities as well as the sectors where the best cooperation opportunities arise, like the resilience of the agriculture, the blue economy, and technologies. Available data shows that the impact of climate change on agriculture highly impact other sectors like the industries, the services, as well as the mining industry. During the last 5 years, the seeds lost around $153 billion because of the climate and water-related hazards. However, this could change by investing in agriculture, for example. It is proved that investing in the preservation of the land and water, and by protecting the 90% of the cultivated lands, could mitigate the impact of climate change. Certain and principle have rich natural heritage with a lot of endemic species. Around 30% of our territories is a protected area, and in 2023, 21 special reserves have been identified and created. However, our economy, which is the case for other seeds, is impacted by its fragility and the limitation of resources, both financial and human resources. The impact of climate change can already be felt in my country. Back in 2021, my country was hardly hit by floods that caused death and had a huge impact on sectors like agriculture, forestry, fisheries, and tourism by damaging key infrastructures like roads, as well as the water infrastructures. Global cooperation is key. Our country have been creating a strategic partnership that played a key role to better the access of my country to climate resources. Between the government, the international organization, the Climate Fund, the private sectors, and the civil society, we've been creating a network of support that combine different resources that we need. The climate resources coming from the Global Climate Fund, the Global Adaptation Funds, and other international funds help my country to strengthen its capacity to face the impact of climate change, which has a huge impact on our economic activities. Aware that we need to better mobilize resources by using innovative mechanisms like my country and Portugal signed a partnership back in 2023 to create a climate fund. In the same way, the creation of a trust fund is currently being created to protect both the land and marine biodiversity. We need synergies to mitigate the climate change and better manage natural disaster. We need to strengthen the cooperation and better mobilize experts to better face the loss and damages and better define strategies to identify extreme climate events and improve our early alert systems. In order to face the disaster, to build resilient infrastructure, to better data collection, and to be able to analyze the impact of natural disaster for the seeds, it is urgent to strengthen the international cooperation, which include the North-South, the South-South, and other kind of cooperation to ensure sustainable partnership at the regional and global level. Thanks for your attention.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Ministre de l'Environnement, Nilda Borges da Mata, Excellency de la République démocratique de Sao Tomé et Principe. But now I have the pleasure to call for the next statement to the Ambassador Tania Romualdo from the Republic of Cape Verde. The floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Antonio. Honorable ministers, high representatives, distinguished colleagues, allow me to start by presenting my apologies for not being able to stay until the end of the event, but we received the invitation only yesterday and had to adjust our agenda to be here because this topic is so important for Cabo Verde. Excellencies, friends of SIDS, African island states face a convergence of vulnerabilities and stand at the forefront of the climate crisis, experiencing disproportionate loss and damage due to rising sea levels, intensifying storms, and other forms of extreme weather, ecosystem degradation, and economic fragility, compounded by their unique geographic isolation. At UNFCCC COP29, strengthening partnerships and targeted resilience building efforts tailored to our unique challenges and opportunities is not just an option, but an urgent need. We need to align our efforts with our priorities, ensuring accessible, predictable. Yeah, this happens sometimes. Ensuring accessible, predictable, and need-driven finance. For African SIDS, the establishment of an operational and effective loss and damage mechanism is not a priority, it's a lifeline. This mechanism must address the irreversible harm caused by climate change, particularly for communities facing displacement, cultural erosion, and biodiversity loss. It must be accessible, equitable, and tailored to unique vulnerabilities of African SIDS, with streamlined financing that supports both emergency response and long-term recovery. Alignment with the Paris Agreement goals and the SDGs is also critical, especially goals on climate action, life below water, and poverty eradication. By integrating climate finance with nature-based solutions and renewable energy, African SIDS can enhance adaptive capacities while promoting sustainable development. Simultaneously, we must be creative and come up with solutions ensuring global accountability and mobilizing innovative solutions like debt for nature swaps and private sector engagement, namely through green and blue bonds. Cape Verde signed a debt swap agreement with Portugal through which capital seed is transformed in climate financing, and our stock exchange issued successful blue and green bonds. We believe that this kind of initiatives can serve as models of resilience through sustainable practices. However, they need substantial support to unlock their full potential. SIDS friends, last May, the 4th UN SIDS conference adopted the ABAS, which outlines our way forward in the next 10 years. The ABAS underlines that meaningful progress hinges on 3 priorities: enhanced climate finance, tailored solutions to address specific vulnerabilities, and a focus on sustainable opportunities, particularly within the blue and green economies. This momentum must now guide us in scaling climate finance and adaptation solutions. We need innovative mechanisms to ensure accessible and predictable funding for SIDS and African SIDS in particular, under appreciation at this very event. We need to go further than only mitigation. We need to advance on adaptation and also tackle immediate resilience needs. African SIDS require bespoke partnerships that leverage their vast blue and green resources for sustainable development while addressing systemic barriers like debt distress and limited capacity. By aligning these efforts with the COP29 priorities, including loss and damage funding, we can create pathways and opportunities for just and sustainable climate action. We need strong commitment to a future where African SIDS are not merely surviving the impact of climate change, but thriving as resilient and vibrant economies. And we must act with urgency, building inclusive partnerships that empower African island states to adapt and thrive in the face of the climate crisis. Together, we can transform vulnerability into opportunity, ensuring a resilient future for our nations, our people, and our communities. Before concluding, I wanted to share that during SIDS4, our Prime Minister informed and invited his peers from the ICE region, Atlantic, Indic, and South Sea of China, SIDS, of his intention to host in 2025, first trimester, a regional ICE meeting in Cape Verde to establish an ICE coordination mechanism to help to better monitor and evaluate the implementation of ABAS and also guarantee best practices in the efficient use of resources allocated to the sub-region in total transparency, which will increase the trust of donors and partners. Thank you for your attention, and sorry for my voice.
Thank you so much, Excellency Ambassador Tania Romualdo, for your encouragement, your work also for informing of the availability of Cabo Verde to host the next AIS coordination meeting. That's well known. I think it's a great opportunity. And now I have the pleasure to call into the next speakers, Her Excellency Maria Antonieta Alves Lopez, which is the Ambassador and Permanent Representative to the African Union of the Republic of Guinea-Bissau. Thank you, the floor is yours. La parole est à vous. Merci.
Thank you, Antonio. Thank you, Antonio. Excellency, ministers, of its countries, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. Allow me to start by thanking Seychelles and the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa for organizing this high-level dialogue on climate finance and resilience for seeds under the topic Consolidated Strategic Partnership for Climate Resilience and Equitable Finance for African and the seeds at UNFCCC COP29. By taking this group always high on the agenda of UNECA, reassure us that the recognition of our vulnerability goes behind the words, and that more concrete and timely actions are needed in terms of finance, not only to keep us on track with all the efforts that we have been doing for adaptation, resilience, and on tackling all other climate issues, but for very survival of our island nations and people. For an LDC, seeds, and a coastal African country like Guinea-Bissau, which is already struggling with many economic vulnerabilities to sustain its population, as the impact of climate change such as coastal erosion and floodings due to sea level rising are increasing and already being affecting the lives of population with the floods, it is imperative and crucial for us to have a strong, reliable, and committed partnerships with clear steps to assess climate fund, loss and damage fund, adaptation fund, and resilience building. For these reasons, we are open and welcome to explore all strategic partnerships and innovative forms of finance to deal with the other economic constraints such as high debt, a problem that most of us on this group are facing and which is hampering our efforts to minimize the socioeconomic condition of our population, thus affecting the implementation of many climate policies in the country. Excellencies, dear colleagues, the negative impacts of climate change have been devastating all of us worldwide. It is important to join efforts to address it with concrete solutions to protect this beautiful home that we all share. However, the most vulnerable like us, seeds, who contribute almost nothing on emissions, are the ones who suffer more from the consequences of climate problems that we did not create. For these reasons, we expect that the outcome of these hard days of work at this COP29, as a matter of justice, that CBDR principle be taken seriously into account, especially for the LDC and seeds, by implementing all the made financing pledges a reality, and equitable among these nations without conditionalities, as well as to easy access to finance and the climate funds. With the complicated financial process to assess funds at the moment, innovative forms of finance becomes important for us as an alternative addition to the existing financing systems and agreements. It should be transparent, less bureaucratic, and to serve as one of tools to really help ease the burden debt and the debt consolidation. It should not be another complicated structure with a difficult regulatory language, neither used as a trap to run away from Paris Agreement and all the financial commitments already made. The innovative forms of finance to deal with our debts should not compromise nor confuse the agreed climate fund, adaptation finance, loss and damage fund, and other internationally agreed commitments to helping our fragile countries on dealing with the climate change issues. Excellencies, dear colleagues, Guinea-Bissau, a small country with an archipelago with more than 88 islands and islets, with the continental part surrounded by mangroves, is doing its utmost to preserve and protect its rich biodiversity by also working with the local communities for traditional environment knowledge and involving women and youth. We have 26.3% of our national territory as protected area, and we are working on fulfilling our commitment on NDC to reduce minus 30% of emission by 2030. Also, at this moment, we are working on our first BTR, an essential part of finance and transparency, which are ready to be presented by 31st December 2024. My country holds multilateralism and international cooperation highly and keeps its doors open to strengthen all the partnerships, develop new partnerships toward climate finance, and welcome innovative forms of finance. Without the financial support of our development partners, both from the north or within the framework of South-South cooperation, triangular cooperation, no matter how much we are trying to do our part, the implementation remains difficult. And the time is at the essence for all of us if we do not work on controlling and lowering the temperature of our planet. Excellencies, different to Pacific seeds and Caribbean seeds, the A seed spreads throughout different parts of the world with the different specificities and the realities in the ground, a characteristic that requires us to be more united and coordinated as a group. For AISCCC, we should be strengthened, and Guinea-Bissau believes that us of African Atlantic Ocean seeds have a lot to learn from the Indian Ocean seeds. And Guinea-Bissau welcomes any strategic partnership, cooperation, and exchange of experiences with these countries in areas such as blue economy, green economy, and circular economy, and more. With the unity, this very vulnerable group of highly endangered nations, prone to devastating effects of all kinds of weather-related catastrophes due to the adverse impacts of climate change, has a lot to learn from each other for a common goal. And the ACC can also facilitate our approach on assessing the finance. Therefore, it is important for us to follow up on the step of the outcome of fourth Conference of Seeds initiated in Antigua Barbuda, the ABAS, and continue the regional coordination among the ACEDs in different platforms such as the OSIS, the AICC, and the African Union with the support of partners and the UNECA. By consolidating strategic partnership for climate resilience and equitable finance at this COP29 can be the beginning to really strengthen a united front of the group on the most crucial and common climate change issues and priorities, always in line with the ABAS. Excellencies, colleagues, before concluding, I would like to take this opportunity to reaffirm that, as stated by our Minister of Foreign Affairs of Guinea-Bissau at the ACE meeting on the sidelines of African Union Summit last February in Addis Ababa, the availability of Guinea-Bissau to hold the next meeting of African Island Climate Commission that was supposed to be last October is still stand. We rely on UNECA to work with us on the new dates, tentatively for March 2025. And we are looking forward to seeing you all in Guinea-Bissau. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Excellency Ambassador Maria Antonieta Alves Lopez from Guinea-Bissau. We really appreciate your call for unity to strengthen our region, as well as we take note of the availability to host the next African Island State Climate Commission focal points meeting in Guinea-Bissau next year. I'm sure a minister from Seychelles will appreciate that. So now we're moving into our next speaker. That is Madame Farhat Mbaruk, the Director of Environment from Zanzibar, the Union of Tanzania. Thank you so much, Excellency.
Honorable ministers, can you hear me? Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the United Republic of Tanzania, let me take this opportunity to thank African Island State Climate Commission and the Republic of Seychelles for organizing this high-level dialogue on climate finance and resilience. The United Republic of Tanzania is privileged to see that Zanzibar has been included in this initiative. Distinguished delegates, Zanzibar is a small island developing state, is particularly at risk from adverse impact of climate change, which poses the greatest threat to our sovereignties, thus directly compromising the future and survival ability of our island and its people. The economy of Zanzibar depends on the climate, and large proportion of the GDP, employment and livelihood are associated with climate-sensitive activities. As you know, we're an island, we depend on fisheries, agriculture and tourism. The climate of Zanzibar is changing, and in recent decade we have seen a rising temperature, increasing rainfall variability, high wind speed and high tide level, as well as beach erosion. The latter have led to drought and floods, which have had major economic cost in terms of GDP. And these events appear to be intensified. That means all the island states are facing the same challenge when it comes to climate impact. It is also clear that the Zanzibar is not adequately adapted to current climate change impact. Thus, there's an urgent need of addressing this existing adaptation deficit. Moreover, Zanzibar, being a low-lying area along the coastal area, already faces problem of seawater intrusion and denudation, whereby so far the study that has been carried out in 2014 has identified 150 areas that have been impacted by seawater intrusion. And if you know Zanzibar very well, we depend on agriculture. So now we're facing a lot of seawater intrusion into the agriculture land. People cannot farm anymore due to sea level rise. These impacts have resulted into direct loss and damage to people, property, infrastructure, and coastal and marine resources. This is what has prompted the Revolutionary Government of Zanzibar to implement various projects and initiatives to support community-based adaptation efforts, including capacity building, awareness raising, and the proportion of sustainable prices. Furthermore, the government is focusing on ensuring the integration of climate change adaptation into national and sectoral policy strategies, programs, and plans of various sectors of the economy. After all this initiative and the effort that the government has taken, it is clear that Zanzibar does not have adequate means of combating climate action due to limited finance, capacity building, innovation, and technology. Therefore, this initiative has come at the right time to support and collaborate with international partners is highly needed for realization of development vision, which will enhance climate resilience in our island. Therefore, the United Republic of Tanzania is looking forward to working with other small islands to share our experience, our efforts in combating climate impact. Let me conclude once again to thank IOC for their support throughout the year. We've been working with the IOC for such a long time. Would like to appreciate Madam Gina for pushing Zanzibar to be in the Island State project. For that, with that few remarks, I would like to thank you all for coming, and thank you very much, and welcome to Zanzibar. It's a beautiful place. I've heard there's a lot of meetings that are going to take place, so I would suggest, think of Zanzibar to have one of these meetings in Zanzibar. You're most welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Fahad Mbaruk, the Director of Environment from Zanzibar in Tanzania. And we really appreciate the offer to host also, and we will be very happy to join, and probably they will consider that option. And thanks again for your words and for your commitment. And now I have the pleasure to pass the floor to our next speaker, which is Madame Lobakanto Ravelolamana, which Madame, c'est la coordinatrice du Bureau National de Changement.
She's the coordinator for climate change and at the Ministry for Environment and Sustainable Development from Madagascar. She is going to speak in French. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. The floor is yours. Thanks a lot. I'm very happy to have the floor, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, ministers. It's an honor for Madagascar to take part, to be part of this high-level dialogue on climate finance and resilience for small island states. And I would like to tell you about the apologies of the government because the president wasn't able to be with us today, but he left Baku yesterday, took part in COP29, but due to his responsibilities, he's left already, went back home. Climate change is not something we've got to prove, and all countries are affected. It's a stake, a huge stake, and devastating effects make the people of these states more and more vulnerable. There is an impact on the economy, and you've got consequences on the life of populations, of people, nature, and more generally speaking, culture. Because of its position, geographic position in the southwest of the Indian Ocean, Madagascar feels the impact of climate disasters like cyclones, flooding, water levels, issues, coastal erosion, and very often we lose our coasts, and also long-term events, but sometimes irreversible, like drought that we have in the south part of the island, and thousands of people each year migrate towards the northwest of Madagascar, and this causes deforestation issues in these areas where people are migrating to. The situation in Madagascar is also, we've got systems, mechanisms to have sustainable funding. There is a fund for protected areas, but a national fund, an environmental fund, which is called TANMEIT. This type of funds can be used by island states in development and also by African island states to face climate change, to receive funds and ensure the implementation of sustainable activities on the ground. Madagascar is the largest island in the Indian Ocean, so we want to be heard with the other islands in the Indian Ocean and in Africa. We would like to work together in this vulnerability we have to face, but we would like to talk about our capacity to be resilient to climate change with the support we need to receive, because we are the first victims of climate change and we're not the cause of these issues. Madagascar is receiving technical and financial support for rules and different structures and for resilience and sustainability. All sectors are involved, and also the Ministry for Economy and Finance because its activities to the environment and climate change are very important, because as soon as we speak of climate change, it's not only the environment, but it's also a financial topic. Island states in development must have means to implement and to have means that are predictable, that can meet their needs, and they should be considered as subsidies and not debts that are going to make the situation, to aggravate the situation that we, and the difficulties we have to face at the moment. We're supporting as well better coordination in the Climate Commission for island states in Africa to strengthen for capacity building and to convince our partners and international financial institutions. And to wrap up, in the name of Madagascar, I'd like to thank especially the Commission of African Island States, the UNCA, and the Commission for the Indian Ocean. I thank you all. I thank all of you. Thank you for listening.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Madame Levacanto, Gravilo Mananan, for this intervention. I thank the commitment of Madagascar.
In this panel, I would like to acknowledge also we have in the audience with us Mauritius, Equatorial Guinea, Timor-Leste. So we will have at the end some networking time in case partners, stakeholders would like to chat with them. Unfortunately, we are running out of time, so we need to move to the second panel. And I would like also to appreciate the female and the women leadership that we have here from the islands. So please, and with really engagement and the commitment of all of you. So thank you so much, and we count on you. And now I have the pleasure to call for the next panel to the director, Nassim Oulmane, from the UN Economic Commission for Africa, who will be moderating that part. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Antonio. So let us move to the second panel, as we are running a little bit out of time. So let me call the members of the panel to join me on stage. So let me call Mr. Mikko Ollikainen, the Executive Manager of the Adaptation Fund. Then Ms. Catherine Kaufmann, the Africa Regional Director of the GCF, the Green Climate Fund. I have Mr. Royston Moore, the seeds specialist of the Global Environment Facility. And I think I have, is Mr. Sonny Valati here? Yes. Sai, Chief of Seeds Unit of UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs, UNDESA. I think these are the panelists that are with me. And let us start with the. I'm just checking if the others are here. No, so we can go ahead. So let me start with Mikko Ollikainen with the Adaptation Fund. On one of the key climate funds, particularly important for seeds and for the continent. During these 2 weeks, you heard African countries speaking about the fact that adaptation is a top priority for our countries. So Mikko may explain how the Adaptation Fund is supporting African and African island on AIS region seeds, on what step you are taking to enhance direct access for seeds to the resource of the adaptation funds. You prefer to speak here or yeah, okay.
Thank you, Nassim. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you to the African Island States Climate Commission and the Economic Commission for Africa for the invitation to join this very important event. The Adaptation Fund is a proud supporter of small island developing states in their efforts to adapt to the significant impacts of climate change that they are facing. The Adaptation Fund also notes the call by small island developing states through the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for Seeds, or the ABAS, on the need for addressing the significant challenges small island developing states face in accessing climate finance for implementing their national adaptation plans. Okay. A fifth of the Adaptation Fund's portfolio is in seeds, with 28 single country projects in seeds and 4 regional projects involving seeds, close to 20% of the portfolio. We recognize that the African seeds have accessed the fund less than their Caribbean and Pacific counterparts. About 23% of the Adaptation Fund seeds projects are in Africa, but all African island states have accessed the fund, although some only through regional projects. And we encourage you all to use the funding that's available through our various windows. We are one of the few multilateral climate funds that provides 100% grant-based funding without requiring co-financing. We've been hearing from many SIDS how important this grant funding is, particularly in the current fiscal environment. I want to highlight 3 funding windows that the fund has, which are additional to the regular funding that countries can access through the country projects. First being our regional window, which is important for addressing common challenges that countries face and to enhance exchanges and collaboration between a number of countries. Clearly, regional cooperation is important for island states. We have already supported 2 regional projects with African states, African island states. They cover one project Seychelles and Mauritius, and the other one Cabo Verde, Guinea-Bissau, and Sao Tome and Principe. The second window to highlight is the innovation window, which is dedicated to incentivize innovation in adaptation, including scaling up innovative approaches. And the third window that I would like to highlight was only approved earlier this year by the Adaptation Fund Board. We are the first multilateral climate fund to have developed new modalities dedicated to supporting locally led adaptation with projects that should channel the funding and devolve the design and decision making to the local communities. In facilitating access by island states in Africa, I would like to encourage you to consider accrediting national implementing entities. None of the African island nations so far has national implementing entities accredited by the Adaptation Fund. Although we have several inactive applications and some that are currently under review, and I know many of you have the capacity and the experience to have national organizations accredited in your countries. We have 7 seats with NIEs in both the Caribbean and the Pacific, and we see an evolution in their accessing to climate finance as a result. We also note that we have very few regional implementing entities in Africa, and not all of them with a mandate to work with island states. So I also encourage you to consider nominating the best suited regional organizations to provide you with that support to get accredited. As an example, both the Pacific and the Caribbean have 2 regional implementing entities each that are dedicated to supporting SIDS in those regions. We respond to country-driven priorities, and we see more leverage when countries develop more programmatic approaches to adaptation finance. So we're glad to engage with the Climate Commission of the African island states, which we hope can support such programmatic approaches in your regions. The Adaptation Fund stands ready, willing and able to continue supporting African small island developing states in delivering concrete adaptation action. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mikko, for sharing with us the new orientations of the Adaptation Fund, so to demonstrating how also the fund is adapting to the needs of the country. So it's very important for the countries to hear this and really to work on the entities having at the local level, the implementing and accredited entities at the local level and the regional level. Let me now turn to Ms. Catherine Kaufman, the new Africa Regional Director for the Green Climate Fund. Catherine, could you present how the Green Climate Fund is enhancing its support to African and AIS seeds to access predictable funding for climate adaptation and resilience, and how does the GCF collaborate with entities such as the African Island States Climate Commission and other regional bodies to create integrated solutions for climate resilience on African and AIS seeds, after hearing what the countries has shared in terms of experience and on accession to the funds? So just, really, if you could present how the GCF is enhancing its support to African and AIS seeds to access predictable funds. You want to speak from there? It's as you want, huh? If you are more comfortable there, you can speak from there.
Can you hear me? Oh, okay, great. I'm too short for that podium. So, yes, thank you first of all for UNICA for initiating this important topic and for inviting the GCF to be part of this very esteemed panel, so we appreciate that. We will not repeat what has been repeated in terms of the vulnerability of the island states and the SIDS, and both from economic and geographic perspective. And we're encouraged to hear from our partners on the funding instruments that they have available to assist, especially in the adaptation space. And in addition to that, obviously GCF also has some products available, especially in the readiness and preparation space. And one of the products that we're working on is for the RES Islands that have been approved recently. But most importantly, I think, is the trajectory that we've decided to pursue, which was announced by our Executive Director, Mafalda Duarte, last year at the UN General Assembly, which is our 50 by 30 vision. And what it really means is that we aim to have about 50 billion of climate finance support under management by 2030. And how we intend to operationalize that strategy is quite important, especially for our constituents, including yourselves. And we intend to very much have a country focus, be closer to the countries, make sure the countries themselves are strengthened, speaking to the significance of NDAs in country, as well as very much having a very coordinated collaboration approach and partnership approach to our regional focus. What we are doing quite strongly is we are having a fully integrated operating model, an end-to-end model, which will alleviate some of the many, I guess, complaints we've heard around duplication, silos, and delays that come through GCF. And our new recently approved readiness product facility for the RES Islands will be instrumental in seeing how we proceed to do that. Also, we intend to emphasize the importance of programs, because we've done programs for a long time. We've got experience in implementing programs, and they do achieve scale at speed, and we will continue to focus on that. And single, not only multi-country projects, but single-country projects are going to be important for balancing our portfolio, which is heavily multi-country at the moment. And last but not least, you have heard that we have reconfigured our management. I'm a product of that reconfiguration. It's my 4th day at GCF, and we now have regional directors covering different parts of the globe, and myself specifically covering the Africa region. We will also be making sure that as we collaborate with each other, we look after our people and our partners in order to share knowledge and learn from each other. I hope that gives you a highlight of where we're going, but it is squarely built and designed on the desire to serve our constituents much closer, especially our island states.
Thank you very much, Catherine, and particularly highlighting the need for scale and speed. And this is really resonating to the messages that we heard from the countries on the urgency to increase urgently also the access to the funds. Thanks for that. Let me now turn to Mr. Royston Moore, who is the Senior Climate Change Specialist and Multilateral Environment Agreement Coordinator at the GEF, the Global Environment Facility. So, Royston, if you could tell us about the work that the GEF is undertaking with the seeds and your plans for expanding support to seeds as well, and your assistance to access climate finance and to build partnerships that help to enhance the coordination of the seeds region and their capacities for climate resilience. You can respond from there. Or
no, I'll stay here. Thanks very much. You know, and good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon, colleagues. You know, I usually come and do these events and I come with a set of prepared notes, and then after you hear the ministers and ambassadors speak, you realize I need to rewrite my notes completely. You know, you've got it all wrong. So this is actually an issue which is very close to my heart because I'm an islander myself. So I understand all of the problems, all of the issues that all of us islanders have with climate change. I understand the issues, as many of you were speaking about, sea level rise, saltwater intrusion into your freshwater aquifers, the problems it's creating with aquifers. And one thing which we're seeing now is a lot more spontaneous types of storms which happen kind of overnight and you don't know where they're coming from, and they cause all sorts of damage, flooding that you didn't expect. So I understand. I've been working in this area for years, trying to promote finance, climate finance, to get to SIDS and to really try and push the SIDS up and trying to work with them to address many of these issues. I understand clearly the issues of debt, and when we look at SIDS, we see that the majority of SIDS in the world have the highest debt to GDP ratios, GDP per capita ratios. They're astronomically high, and we know that it's a catch-22 situation. You have climate change, you have an event, then you have to borrow money to address that event, and the cycle goes around and around and around. So, unlike my colleague here who has clearly jumped off the deep end and has only been here for 4 days and quite swimming really strong, I've been doing this for a while. So, how can the GEF support SIDS? First, the GEF is a bit of a mystery for many people. So the GEF now has evolved into a family of funds, a number of different funds. We have the GEF Trust Fund, which is the main fund. We have the LDCF, which is the Least Developed Country Fund. We just got, and we've just set up the GBFF, which is the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund. But more specifically and more interesting for this region, we also have the Special Climate Change Fund. And the Special Climate Change Fund has a window which is specifically for SIDS. So I don't know how many of you have heard of this fund, but it is specifically for SIDS. And right now, because of limited resources, we can only give each SID $3 million to start. We changed this fund to address it specifically because when we did some analysis, we realized that many SIDS were lacking access to adaptation finance, particularly the ones in this region and in the Pacific and in the Caribbean. Many of the SIDS in the Pacific are actually least developed countries, and have access to the least developed country fund. So we created this fund for specific access. Many SIDS have not accessed those resources. So please speak to your GEF focal point about the Special Climate Change Fund and how you can access those resources. But because the GEF is a family of funds, we have the ability to integrate and to put things together and to draw funds from different resources. And as I like to say, the GEF is like, I don't know if you remember at school, we had something called pi to help determine the area of a circle or the circumference of a circle. But the GEF is like pi: piloting, innovation, and integration. Okay? Piloting, we do a lot of piloting. The GEF provided the Seychelles with finance to do the first blue bond. The first blue bond, a lot of those resources came from the GEF to help pilot that type of work. In terms of innovation, we just financed a project in Madagascar, accelerating innovation to strengthen climate resilience in the essential oil sector. So again, innovation. We have many projects where we have what we call multi-trust fund projects, where we withdraw a little bit of money from the SCCF and then using our main trust fund, which has different focal areas of climate change, mitigation, biodiversity, international waters and land degradation, and to pull resources from different areas to get bigger and better projects. So the GEF itself is a partner agency, and we have a number of partners. We are first main core partners with UNDP, the World Bank, and UNEP, and we've expanded the number of partners over the years. And now we have, for example, the African Development Bank, BOAD, the Development Bank of South Africa. We have a number of partners which countries need to work through in order to get those resources. It's not difficult. It takes a little bit of time, but it can be done. We are also looking at streamlining our processes now. The new Global Biodiversity Framework Fund allows us now to streamline access and make it a lot easier. And we're looking to continue to do this with all of our other funds. Hopefully, we have some studies which are ongoing now. Hopefully, we can get a GEF Council decision on this. So please, call us. We can come and help. We were very, very happy to be invited to this. We want to be involved some more. We would like to see ways in which we could learn, take some of the experiences that the GEF has had in the Pacific and in the Caribbean and bring them to this region. I think this region is a little bit behind in terms of access and the resources and the types of projects which they have had. However, having said that, I know Cape Verde has been doing some good work. I do have a list of a number of projects which have been financed from here. So please, as I said, my colleagues are over there, my colleague Shola and some others, please talk to them and get all of the information you need. We're here to help. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Orson. And we'll have also the opportunity for this networking moment to exchange also all this information. And this is what it's about, increasing the cooperation, exchange of information and coordination. It's really key given the urgency of the situation. This brings me to my colleague Syed Navoti, who is the chief of the SIDS unit at UNDESA. We hear how cooperation and coordination is important. So, the UN there, what could you tell us what the UN is doing after SIDS 4? So, if you could share with us main outcomes of SIDS 4 and Abbas on how we are implementing the Antigua and Barbuda agenda for SIDS, the Abbas, including maybe if you could share with us some words about the interagency task force that you coordinate on behalf of DESA with the OHRLS, and the importance of strengthening the coordination of this Atlantic, Indian, and South China Seas region. Sai?
Thank you very much indeed for that question. Good afternoon, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies. United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, we are the Secretariat. For those of us who are not aware, we are the Secretariat to the SDGs. And for the Small Island Developing States, we are also the Secretariat to their Sustainable Development Priority document, which was, the latest was agreed to in May this year, called the Antigua and Barbuda Agenda for SIDS, which some of our speakers this afternoon have already alluded to. Now, I want to speak briefly just to answer the questions about this Antigua and Barbuda for SIDS. It's a different type of document in terms of forms and also in terms of its aspirations. On forms, it is divided simply into three main categories. This is the case of SIDS. This is what we want, and this is how to get there. And it is the third part, which I said how to get there is the operational part. One additional new things that is coming for this new agenda for Small Island is the fact that it is now calling for a monitoring and evaluation framework to be designed for it. Colleagues will understand that the last three agenda for Small Island Developing States, starting with the Barbados Program of Action, followed by the Mauritius Strategy for Further Implementations, and then the Samoa Pathway, all of these documents did not have a monitoring and evaluation framework. Therefore, the monitoring and the implementations of the agenda was not as strong, and SIDS most likely were not necessarily informed of the progress in their development. So the United Nations has now established a interagency task force to develop a monitoring and evaluation framework for the ABAS. Now that work is supposed to complete itself by June next year. So about 33 countries, 33 United Nations agencies are part of this task force, and they have had their first meeting and now are working towards collating information that could possibly populate the monitoring and evaluations of this new agenda. Now, talking about the new agenda and talking about coordinations, coming to the Small Island Developing States in the Atlantic, Indian Ocean, and South China Sea, we noticed in the preparations for the SIDS 4 conference that it was very clear that this region, in particular, does not have a very coordinated approach as enjoyed by your other colleagues in the Pacific and in the Caribbean. You've heard this earlier on. I just put up there on the screen the key organizations that are all organizing this group of countries. There's quite a fair bit of them, and all this is geographical, economical, historical, even linguistic type of issues that dictates the groupings of our islands. But it's noteworthy for us to note that in 1994, when the first list of SIDS was adopted by the General Assembly of the United Nations in Resolution 51534, the SIDS at the time were not categorized into the categories that they have now, which is a reference to the oceans that they are located in, like the ACE for Atlantic, Indian Ocean, and South China Sea, or the Pacific Ocean. It was basically a grouping of the United Nations where the SIDS in Africa were called Africa, and the SIDS in Asia, South Asia, were called South Asia, and the SIDS in the Asia-Pacific region were called Asia-Pacific SIDS, and the European SIDS were called European. Of course, the European have left. They are no longer there, Cyprus and Malta, by virtue of their joining the EU. Now, 2 years ago, we have Bahrain requesting to exit the SIDS category. Now, one new development that is taking place now, we have now heard Madagascar formally submitting its applications to be a member of Small Island Developing States. Now, we've looked through the record. There is no procedure for such a thing agreed to by the General Assembly. It is the matter that is very much agreed to by member states. I was also present during the leaders of the AOSIS meeting, where the same motions was put before the leaders of the AOSIS. The same answer to was that the AOSIS do not have a procedure for Madagascar. But I see the coming in of Madagascar as a great opportunity for the talk of coordinations in this region to be further strengthened. I heard today that Zanzibar is an island in this region. This is also part of that associations of states relating to climate, which is also encouraging. I heard the ambassador of Guinea-Bissau, not Guinea-Bissau, Cape Verde, talked about the potential holding in early part of next year of a conference of the islands of this group of states in her country to talk about coordinations. I think it's about time for this region to talk seriously about their coordinations. There is a political momentum we are experiencing in the United Nations about how they coordinate themselves, but I just put here the 3 recommendations that was put forward by the High Representative in a paper that they prepared on how to strengthen the SIDS coordinations, one of which was to strengthen the coordination up at the United Nations level, where the chair of, our representatives there to have a more frequent meeting, and then of course the ECA and ACLAC to start thinking and start coordinating stronger about how. I would really love also for this commission to talk about the possibility of having seriously looking at Mauritius and Singapore, which are covered by the ACLAC as opposed to covered by ECA, and whether they can become Asia Pacific like what it was originally was. That's an option that is still there. And then the last recommendation, really, which I think could be reflected further on by our governments in this ACE-SIDS, is the role of their resident coordinators. They also have a significant role to play, and they can be very, very organized and very strong in coordinating the implementation, coordinating the monitoring of the implementations of your sustainable development goals in other areas like climate financing and things like this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sai. And definitely we have the direction in terms of how to improve the coordination, and we have already proposals, and this coming year, and particularly it's the year of the UNOC, of the UN Ocean Conference. It's really for us to accelerate and to work on that coordination, but also to increase the financing, the access of the seats of this region to the financing. Without further ado, we will go to the closing, so then we can have the networking moment. So I would like to really thank all the panelists of this panel for sharing what they are doing currently and how they are moving in the coming months. So it was very interesting, particularly after hearing what the countries have shared. So we'll continue, we'll make the maximum, at least at our level, to improve this coordination, this exchange, and this dialogue to make sure that we don't lose any moment to seize any opportunity for the seas. So let me thank again the panel and call for the closing ceremony 2 persons, Mr. Francis Pena, the representative of the chair of the IOCs and the Minister of Natural Resources and Environment, and the UNSG Special Envoy for the Ocean, Peter Thompson, to join me on the stage. Hmm? No, I think Mauritius is from Africa. It was just, it was Maldives. He made the reference to, in fact, yeah, it was just about Maldives. I noted the same, yeah. I think he meant Maldives and he said Mauritius. So let us start with Miss Francis Repena. So you want to go there? Yeah, please.
Testing. Talafalava. My name is Francis Rupina. I am the Chief Executive Officer for the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment of Samoa. And I'm very honored to be here in Samoa's capacity as Chair of AOSIS. Unfortunately, Honorable Minister Schuster is not able to join us due to other competing commitments at this point of negotiations, but thank you so much for having us here. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this high-level dialogue addressing the critical linkages between climate finance and resilience building in small island developing states, particularly within our African SIDS. The challenges faced by SIDS are both unique and significant, which is why SIDS remain united globally in their advocacy to address and overcome these obstacles. Climate resilience is more than a concept for us SIDS, it's an urgent necessity. Building resilience means ensuring communities can withstand and recover from climate risks and vulnerabilities in our countries. It involves upgrading infrastructure to weather stronger storms, restoring ecosystems like mangroves that naturally protect our coastlines, and supporting communities to adapt livelihoods to changing climates. Resilience, however, comes at a cost, and this is where climate finance plays a critical role. While our partners have committed to increasing financial support for our efforts to combat climate change, accessing these funds remains a significant hurdle. SIDS frequently encounter challenges such as complex application processes, limited capacity for developing competitive proposals, and a lack of financing instruments specifically designed to address our unique vulnerabilities. We must reform and transform climate finance to ensure it reaches those who need it the most. This requires streamlining access to funds by simplifying application processes and provide capacity building support to enable SIDS to unlock essential resources. Prioritizing grants over loans to avoid exacerbating debt burdens, particularly for adaptation initiatives where grants are critical and loans are not viable. Focusing on loss and damage, funding to provide the necessary support for rebuilding and recovery after climate-related disasters. Leveraging public-private partnerships to channel innovative finance solutions such as blended finance models and green bonds tailored to island contexts. Investing in resilience is not about adaptation, it is about safeguarding the future of the cultures, economies, and ecosystems that are intrinsic to us SIDS. It is about preserving their sovereignty and our dignity. To my fellow advocates, particularly our youth, your voice is powerful. Demand equitable finance solutions, demand accountability, and remind the world that while SIDS are small, our resilience, innovation, and spirits are immense. In closing, the story of SIDS in the face of climate change is not one of helplessness, but of determination. With the right support, we can turn vulnerability into strength and ensure a sustainable, resilient future for generations to come. Thank you very much for having us here. Whaftai.
Thank you very much, Ms. Francis Repena. Let me now invite Ambassador Peter Thompson to give us his closing remarks for this session.
Thanks everybody for hanging in there. It's been a long session, a long day, long week, but you're still here. That means you're the members of the school of hard asses, as John Kerry once said to me. We're the ones who stick it out because we care. I heard my kaivata, I'm from Fiji, saying about Madagascar and how AOSIS doesn't have a procedure for Madagascar to join. And this is a common problem at the UN, you know, the procedures, everything's based on what happened before. I want to say to you that all you actually need is the will and a champion and just never give up. And you can create things at the United Nations. I say that from experience. When I came to the United Nations, there was an Asian group, but we were from Pacific Islands. That's what it was called, the Asian group. And we said, no, that's wrong. We're the Asia Pacific group. We're 25% of the Asian group were Pacific Island countries. Well, it took us 11 months to do it, but we changed it. You know, they told us it couldn't be done, but eventually everybody in our group agreed, okay, that's fair. Let's call ourselves the Asia Pacific group. So we wrote our own rules, is what the point I'm making. So if you want Madagascar into AOSIS, write your own rules. Just make sure you have the will and get somebody to champion along. I think it's a great idea, by the way. We've got a very big island as part of the Pacific SIDS, Papua New Guinea. You know, it's got about 500 languages in Papua New Guinea. It's a big place with Alps, you know. So I just wanted to say that. But the main thing I want to talk to you about is UN Ocean Conference coming up in June next year. Why? Because UN Ocean Conference is there to support SDG 14, and SDG 14 and the UN Ocean Conference only exists because of SIDS. You know, we were the ones who forced it into existence. It would not be there, either of those, SDG 14 or UNOC, were it not for SIDS. So, you know, we've got skin in the game, and we have to make sure that we're paying attention. Firstly, she's gone now, but Tanya Romualdo, the permanent representative from Cabo Verde, who was speaking earlier, she is the co-facilitator, along with the permanent representative of Australia, for the political declaration, which is going to be adopted at UNOC 3 in Nice next June. I say is going to be adopted. I know it will be, because what happens is the member states actually negotiate the document in New York before taking it to Nice. So it'll be agreed in New York through the good offices of these co-facilitators. So many thanks to Tanya. And I know that because I heard her put out a statement this week that they are encouraging everybody to bring their ideas to put inside that political declaration. So very important for ICE. Sorry, I have to learn how to say it, because in my day at the UN as an ambassador it was AIMS. It was still AIMS. But ICE seems to be the way it's pronounced now, huh? So that's good. And by the way, congratulations to everybody who's getting behind the ICE thing. You know, it's really important. AIMS was a poor cousin to CARICOM and PSIDS, no doubt about it. And we were always trying to help AIMS to strengthen itself. So congratulations to everybody who's you know, pulling it together, and that ICE is finally becoming a truly equal partner with CARICOM and PSIDS. It was easier for us, of course, because you know we had very strong regional organization and regional history in both the Caribbean and the Pacific. But you know, much harder for you guys because of you know, spanning everything from Cabo Verde all the way across to Singapore. But it's great to hear that you're getting it all together. So when you come to the UN Ocean Conference in Nice next year, I think there's some really important things. Firstly, member states have called for it to be accelerating action. Well, easy to say, you know, we've all been saying that for years. Let's accelerate our action. What it really comes down to is finance. And of course, that's what we're here talking about this week. And let's see what they come out with tomorrow or Saturday. You know, the reality is that we need substantial and timely climate finance to protect our small island developing states. I want to quote from what the Pacific Island Forum Secretary General Baron Wonga said here in Baku. He said that with this in mind, here at COP29, we expect the new collective quantified goal to offer accessible, simplified funding that reflects our unique circumstances. So what's true for the Pacific Small Island Developing States is true for the ICE states. We have unique circumstances, and we need that simplified funding. We need lots of it. We needed to make that transition to the renewable energy. Because climate finance is ocean finance. Again, easy to say, but we need to mobilize it. SIDS need it for the development of what is our greatest asset, you know, the ocean, the sustainable blue economy. But we need funding for that. I won't break down what the sustainable blue economy is, but every factor of it needs substantial funding. The second point I'd make that in terms of what you need to do between now and the UN Ocean Conference next year is embrace 30 by 30. Okay, this is a universal thing the world has adopted. We don't have 30% of the planet protected by 2030. We're going to be in real trouble. We're facing a million species going into oblivion, into extinction, and it's really urgent work. So SIDS, we have to be at the forefront of this 30 by 30. We have that ability. We've got a lot of ocean around us to put in the 30% of the ocean. I give us as examples in the Indian Ocean, for example, that the Saya-Damaya Bank between Mauritius and Seychelles, huge carbon sink. I think it's the world's biggest seagrass meadow out there in the high seas. We obviously have to bring that into 30 by 30. We have the opportunity to do that because of BB&J, the High Seas Treaty. We need 60 countries to ratify the BB&J before June next year. We need that. It'll be shameful if we have a UN Ocean Conference without the BB&J agreement having been ratified by that stage to bring it into force. There's only 15 countries have ratified it so far. That's shameful, actually. And if you look at AOSIS membership, we're close to 40, I think, if we get all the AOSIS countries together to do it. But most importantly, get the African countries to do it. Because one thing I learned from being chair of G7, and again, Sainavoti was with me on that G7, what am I saying? Help me. G77. Can't get my numbers right. We were president of G77 in China for a year, and one thing I learned is if you get Africa on board, the job is done. Right? There's 54 member states. There's 194 at the United Nations. But Africa has to be on board with BB&J. Really, really important for us all. And the other thing I would say is ensure that ocean measures are embedded in your national climate action plans. You know, make sure that your NDCs are being blued. These are all things that ICE countries need to have done before you turn up in Nice, so that you arrive there with your heads held high. And I think the final one, which I would say, is demand this WTO fisheries subsidies agreement. We're very close to getting it, and it was actually African coastal states who were at the forefront of demanding that we act on this, because they could see the depletion of their fish stocks. And of course, this is because of overcapacity, which is due to the subsidies that are given to these big industrial fleets, which are coming and depleting your waters. So again, demand the finalization of WTO. And just to finish everything off, something that I've been saying here in Baku, because this city is, one of the most famous oil cities of the world, going back to the 19th century, is that we have to move away from our addiction to fossil fuels. All our problems that I've been referring to, rising sea levels, death of coral, this is all because of our addiction to burning fossil fuels. We have to move away from the burning of coal and oil and gas. We know that the ocean, which is our great asset in the SIDS, can provide us with all the energy that we want. We just need the finance to harness that energy. So the logic of it is very clear. We burn fossil fuels, anthropogenic greenhouse gases heat the planet. The heating planet heats the ocean. The heating ocean causes the coral to die. The coral makes up supports 25% of the biodiversity of the ocean. So if coral goes extinct, as it's predicted to do when we go somewhere between 2 and 3 degrees global warming, how can we have a healthy ocean? It's not possible. And if we don't have a healthy ocean, how are we going to have a healthy planet? It's not possible. So this is why we have to stop burning fossil fuels. It's very, very simple. And it's important to say that here in Baku, and it's something for you to think about as you go home. How are you going to break your addiction as you fly home on an airplane burning fossil fuels? You know, so that's why it's all of us, right? We're all part of this addiction. But we have to work out how to make that transition, the green transition, and how SIDS can be at the forefront of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. After these words, I think we can now, but maybe for a family photo, we invite the different panelists to join us for a photo. And thanks really for these strong words. Please, please, join me on stage.
We are so small.
Yeah. Antonio aussi.